Well, and here we are. All right. If anybody's already on following, leave a quick comment down below. Let me know if the audio and also sound is good. Well, sound and lighting anyway. And this could be a intimate setting just because of the fact that it's kind of last minute. So kind of threw this together just for fun. And those who do get to hang out will get more attention. So this should be fun. A couple things that I thought we could talk about is a little bit about the hurricane because obviously that's kind of a lot of the things that are going on, and then maybe some suggestions on how you would prep, what do you prep with, and a few questions like that. So we'll kind of see who else shows up here probably in the next 5 or so minutes, because sometimes it does take a little bit to also show up in the feed. So if you guys are hearing this and sound and lighting is good, give me a thumbs up. All right, so who do we got on here so far? Jasonoid is here, and I do see J5. I have seen you before. That solar panel won't work indoors. You're correct. Actually, if you were to put a test meter on that solar panel right now, you would actually see voltage. So just kind of for fun. Obviously, if you were to hook it up to something and put it under a load, yeah, it probably wouldn't do anything. Maybe you might get 1 watt out of it, but let's see. Audio is good. Video is clear. Cool. All right. So far it looks like we got 10 people on here. If there is anybody out in Florida, or definitely on the East Coast, drop a comment below because you guys again are getting hit hard, and so a lot of prepping. You guys should hopefully have everything ready to go because I think that thing is getting ready to barrel on down. So hopefully you guys are all safe and everybody out there is going to be able to make it through. Definitely prayers to everybody in Florida. Loud and clear. Brenda, awesome. Looks like Pete, nice. Thank you so much. Thumbs up. That's good. I kind of threw this, live stream together last minute, and I didn't have some camera stuff that I wanted to use. Things weren't quite working. I also had to restring a whole Ethernet cable because we were kind of redoing some Wi-Fi here at the office. So some stuff wasn't working, and I almost had to cancel it last minute because things weren't working at all. And so it kind of threw together within the last hour. So it's kind of nice. I literally on this wall that's right over here, there's a brand new Ethernet cable. It's not even kind of really strung yet all the way. It's just kind of sitting on the ground. So kind of funny what you do to just last minute things. So, but let's see. If you guys have any questions, obviously drop them down below. I'm kind of thinking more on that hurricane thing, or if you guys have any solar questions, or if you have any generator questions, obviously we can talk some things about that. Now I'm up in Northern California, so for us right now, things are pretty calm, unlike the East Coast. Right now, there's no fires, which is obviously great. Some of the things you probably see with California a lot, obviously, and I know a lot of people don't like California, but yeah, there's a lot of fires lately. So and at least with a hurricane, you can kind of stay put a little bit. Where fires, you really have to take off and just kind of jam. They leave like no survivors. You burn, whatever. But like the floods actually out in North Carolina, that was like last minute. Is there anybody in that area? I mean, I know we only have a few people here, but so it kind of makes me wonder if there's anybody in that region. Definitely prayers to everybody out there. I've been keeping up on it. Does anybody in the comments, does anybody know anyone out west, or I mean out east in the hurricane areas? My dad's in Georgia, and he ended up having quite a bit of rain, but he's actually in a good location because his neighborhood is actually elevated a little bit. So he's lucky. All the water just pretty much streams right on down from him. Power goes off frequently, so normally 3 to 5 day stretches is his normal power outage, so it's not too bad. They deal with it pretty good. Let's see here. Yes, for Brenda. Jasonoid is also on. If you guys know Jasonoid, he's also got a big channel as well. He does a lot of reviews on solar panels and power stations as well, and actually Jasonoid, Todd Parker, and a few other creators on YouTube, we're actually friends, and we actually meet up at Las Vegas once in a while for conventions like the CES show. A great time to go see everything that is new. That place has so much material that is brand new every year that it's kind of like going to Disney World in a way. You need like 2 or 3 days to really see everything. So it's kind of just an overload, but we'll go hang out, we'll chit chat and just really nerd out on all the cool new stuff. So pretty cool to check out all of those things. But let's see what else we have. South Carolina there from G-Man. Oh, look at that. Somebody is out there. Should gas generator or solar generator be first choice for newbies? Well, so gas generators are typically readily available. You can pretty much go pick them up in a store, right? They're all over the place. You can go to Tractor Supply, Walmart carries some. They're easy to use. You fire it up, instant power. Power stations have a small learning curve, but once you figure it out, they're actually quite nice. And the more you start using power stations or solar generators, which most of us don't typically like that term, but once you start using a power station more and more, you actually find out you use a generator less and less. Now, the ultimate combo obviously is having both, because you charge the solar, the solar generator with hopefully solar if you can, depending on weather conditions. But then as the evening rolls around, your generator is not always running just to run like a low load. So a lot of people will fire up a generator and they'll power their fridge, right? Well, the fridge is going to go on and off. It'll use 150 watts for 30 or 40 minutes, and then it'll go off for maybe an hour, depending on what the weather is, how hot it is inside the house. So your generator is just constantly running, burning precious fuel, when really a solar generator could just be, powering it. And then when the power goes off on the fridge and it's not needing the power anymore, well, then you're not using power and your generator is just waiting to be used. So maybe in the morning, you go fire up your generator, recharge your power station, which could take, anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, 2-3 hours, depending how big it is. And then you shut the generator off again and save fuel. And hopefully you can start charging the solar generator or power station with, with solar, so you can conserve on those fuel sources. So the best combo really is to have both if you can. All depends on your budget, obviously. So those are things that you have to kind of look for, which is going to be better for your situation. Plus, power stations are nice. They're quiet. So you kind of get that stealth mode. And sometimes when the power is out, you don't want everybody to know that you're the one with power and all the resources. So that's kind of nice. But see what else we have going on in our chats here. We got Pete, who is about an hour south of Asheville. No damage, though. Brenda with two-phase. What do you mean by two-phase? Two-phase power, 240 volt, I'm assuming. That could be a pretty deep topic, depending on what you want to talk about. There's a lot of 240 volt options out there if you're looking for just gas generators or power stations. A lot more power stations are coming with 240 volt now, which is nice. So we were out power for 4 days in South Carolina where they live. This is G-Man. Okay. Do you recommend trying Yoshino solid state? Well, so there is that little confrontation thing with the Yoshino brands right now. But so in my testing of the Yoshino product, it actually tested really well. There's no doubt that the Yoshino products are built very good. Their performance is good. The size to weight ratio is very good. And whether it truly is solid state battery, that's what people are still trying to talk about. Now, the solid state battery is kind of the chemical makeup of how they do it and how it's bonded inside and it's vacuum sealed and stuff. And so there was a big discussion about that and I'm still kind of trying to gather more information, because it's kind of like that gray area. Is it really solid state? By definition, it kind of is. Is it true solid state? Maybe not. The only true solid state batteries that I know of are the ones that we use in medical implant devices. and those last for like 5, 7, 10 years, and they're really small, right? Because I've been in the medical field for 20 years, and we will install pacemakers and such, and those have true solid state batteries in them. Now, as far as the Yoshino brand goes, it really is a good power station, at least the one that I tested. And others who tested it as well, the big B4000, it tested very well. So the only problem I think you're going to find is that the price is pretty high. So, and they were also real conservative on their cycle life. So they said like I think 3,000 cycles until 80%, but they were being real conservative. And I think more than likely you will see those do about 4,000 cycles before they kind of get to that 80% capacity. So is Yoshino a good brand overall? Yes. Is it true solid state? Maybe yes, by definition. But overall, it's a good power station. It's just high in price compared to other competitors. We'll check out the comments section real quick. I am in Florida, but southeast. That's Neil. Hopefully, you're well prepared and ready to go. I don't think you're going to get the full brunt of it, but still, you're going to get a pretty good impact. Pete says direct fuel injection means you don't have to get ethanol-free fuel for your generator. So direct fuel injection has nothing to do with really the type of fuel. It just direct fuel injection is where the fuel is placed inside of the engine. So it started with a carburetor, right? Goes through the carb, then the intake manifold, past the valves into the engine. Then they did throttle body injection, basically a carburetor with 2 fuel injectors right on the top. Then they did the multi-rail fuel injection, where the fuel injectors were basically right in front of the valves. So the fuel would hit the valves and clean them still, and then go into the engine. Then you got direct fuel injection, and the direct fuel injection goes right into the cylinder. So the fuel no longer passes the valve. So what happens is that you get carbon buildup on your valves now. And this is a problem with all new modern engines. Doesn't matter which one it is. It can be Ford, BMW, Chevrolet. Anything that uses a direct fuel injection will get tons of carbon buildup on the valves, especially the people that drive really slow and conservative, like kind of, the grandmas and stuff. They will get the worst carbon buildup. And this is according to all the mechanics out there, even me when I did a decarbonization of my VW I had a while back. So generators are not direct injection. They are kind of more like the throttle body. It's basically right before the intake plenum. They will just shoot fuel in through there. And so it has nothing to do with ethanol. Ethanol-free fuel doesn't have ethanol in it. And so it lasts a lot longer in your fuel jugs. It does less damage to the O-rings, as far as, like all the carburetor parts, fuel injection parts, fuel lines, and more. So ethanol is pretty bad when it's letting sit all the time. When you're running completely fresh fuel all the time, then ethanol isn't really so important. If you can get it cheap, ethanol-free fuel is the way to go. But for me, it's $8.50 to $9 a gallon in California, and I have to drive 20 miles to get it. Versus some people, their ethanol-free fuel is $2.50, $3.50 a gallon. And so if you can get it for less than regular gas, by all means, that's the way to go. And if you can even run a slightly higher octane, it'll last a little bit longer in a fuel jug. Not much. You're talking a couple months at best between 87 and maybe 91. So if you have the option to get ethanol-free fuel at cheap prices, go for it. If not, then run a fuel stabilizer that has, as long as it has the PEs in it, the PAs, I believe it's that. Such a hard thing. I have to remember what it is. I'll look it up for you. But PEA fuel stabilizers. It's a long word. I can never remember it. But that's one of the reasons I always recommend the Lucas fuel stabilizer in a lot of my videos, because it has that in it. And that's really the only product you care about, is because that's what helps with longevity of the fuel and stabilizing it and kind of like neutralizing ethanol. So it's basically why I promote that product. It's one of the only things I kind of use for my generators anyway, because I don't go buy ethanol-free fuel. It's crazy expensive. Like in California, our gas is what, 450 to 425 a gallon. And if I went to go buy the ethanol-free fuel, it's 20 miles away, 25 miles. It's like I said, about 850 to 9. So it just doesn't make sense when I can add a little bit of fuel conditioner. And I've let stuff sit before for a year and it'll still fire right up. The fuel looks good. So that's what I go with. We have a 6000 XP EG4 unit with the LL batteries, and we're powered throughout the outage. Can't go wrong with those XP series, man. I'm going to have to start doing some videos on those because so many people like them. You know, EcoFlow has great products for the beginners, right? They're so easy, and that's what a lot of people want right now is easy stuff. It seems like people don't want to get their hands as dirty like they used to. They like to plug and play, and honestly, that will be the future. People just want to plug stuff in and be done with it, which is why you'll see I bet you'll see like some of the other companies, they'll try to find easy connection devices so that you can put an inverter on the wall, put your battery, boom, boom, 2 cables, and you're kind of done. I mean, that's basically what an EG4 is in these batteries anyway. You have 2 cables that are already, kind of pre-cut to length. They have the lugs on them, and it just makes it easier versus like if you've seen my RV stuff and you're looking at like the Victron stuff, I was pricing out a Victron versus an EcoFlow power kit. And you can get the Victron components cheaper if you only get a few of the items and keep it real simple. But the big cost expense will be the batteries that you buy. And the batteries, if you were to compare, a heated battery like an EcoFlow power kit and with all the protections and stuff with those certifications, because those cost money, right? You could build a Victron system cheaper if you kept it real simple, but you're not going to get all the features of like an EcoFlow power kit, right? So, but yeah, the EG4 stuff and those XPs, those are pretty nice. They're obviously indoor rated type stuff. It's not like some of the stuff that we use commercially. Like back in the day, we used to use like the Sunny Boy stuff, or those inverters were like, they're outdoor rated. They're like $4,000 a piece. But they also have like, I think a 15 or 20-year warranty, and they're meant to be outside and cook in the sun. So that's why most of the time, if you ever see a Sunny Boy inverter, they're kind of yellow and white. You ever see those for sale, they're still expensive. It's crazy. Same stuff with like the Midnight stuff. I used to use those a lot. Did you watch Grid Down Power Up? I did not, and I don't actually know who that was from. I saw that title somewhere, and I don't remember what that was. Maybe drop a comment on what that actually is, or who did it. Because I did see something about that, and I wanted to watch it. It might have been on YouTube, right? And then yeah, it probably passed by and I forgot about it. So other than that, any other questions that you guys have though? I see we have people coming and going, so about 25 so far hanging out, which is awesome. One thing is that inside this studio here that I just built, this is inside our family's solar shop. It's my father-in-law basically, and I've been married for 20 years, and I've helped in the solar industry on and off for quite a long time. And I worked in the solar industry in the beginning when I was dating my wife, and working with your future father-in-law is sometimes not easy. So we're great friends now. But in the beginning, he kept shipping me away. I was never home. I was always working out of town up and down California, and I was never home to see my girlfriend, which was his daughter. And so, and I get it now because I have a daughter. So this studio that I'm in is in the back part, which this building used to be a bowling alley, which is really cool. But just recently we were talking because he's been doing this a long time. He's been in the electrician business and the solar business since 2001, 2002. And that's when I started doing my solar installation stuff in the beginning until I found out, well, maybe I'll go into the medical field. But now we were talking and he's looking at retiring. And so I just kind of built this studio and I kind of stopped doing stuff because we were talking about him retiring and we were talking about the building. And the building's gone up a lot in value. And so now we're kind of wondering, well, if he sells the building and retires, it's possible that I may have to relocate my studio again. So I kind of stopped doing some of the modeling. I got these soundboards back there. I was going to put them up on the wall. Didn't do that. I was going to change my display back there, put a meter. If you see my Proton pack, I was going to have a meter over there because we have one in the shop, and just plug it in. And so you could see meter, kind of the meter of the power coming in, power going out, kind of like a fake grid. But so now I'm kind of on hold on some of those things just in case I have to, relocate my studio, which it's not going to be right away. It would probably be like 6 months to a year, but I'm not going to invest any more into the studio if I'm just going to have to move, and I'll go find another place to move this if that's what happens. So we'll see what happens. Let's see here. What else do we have? Do you know what states allow you to build and live off grid? Every state has their own rules and regulations from what I've been finding out, because it seems like the more and more people who are doing the off grid, or the ones who are also starting to load shed or add more and more solar, there's becoming more and more restrictions, right? Because they want you to go green, but they don't really want you to go green, because then you're not paying your fair share into all the investors who own the power company. You're not paying your fair share into pensions and plans to all these power companies, and you're not paying in to sustain the grid as much anymore. Kind of like the gas tax. If you're driving an electric vehicle, they're going to tax you now on registration. So they're always finding new ways to find a fee, whether you want to live off grid or not. But I mean, most of the ones you can kind of do anything you want. I think Nevada, you can kind of do quite a bit. And also like Alaska, North Dakota, South Dakota, I think, maybe Wyoming. The states where it's frigid and freezing, where typically people don't want to go, you have a lot more freedoms, at least that I know of. And you can kind of do really whatever you want with less restrictions. I mean, just trying to get a solar permit in the county I live in takes days. Sometimes even a month. If I literally drive 15 miles to the next county, I can normally get a permit for solar within normally same day, sometimes a few hours. That is just, depending on county and how they want to do things. So if you're looking at moving somewhere, you may want to check all those regulations and stuff first, municipalities, what other problems are. It just, man, some of them are so hard to deal with. It's horrible. Let's see what we got. Jack, I see all your videos and learned to drain the generator when there is not a fuel cutoff switch. Awesome that you learned something. I'm glad that my videos help people, because some of the stuff you learn on the way, and then some of this stuff was taught to me back when I was a mechanic, when I used to work at the boat shops and stuff. I started off a long time ago when I got my first job at a boat dealership. They were in recreational vehicles, so it was boats, jet skis, dirt bikes. Started getting RVs when I kind of left. And so I learned all the small engine stuff. I got my marine certificates for Mercruiser stern drives, Mercury outboards, Force outboards, became a Malibu boat specialist for a while. Also got my certificates for Sea-Doo watercraft, Yamaha watercraft. And obviously worked on small engines and stuff like that for years on and off, as a side job, because why not side hustle? Somebody needs their lawnmower fixed, you can fix it usually in 10 or 15 minutes, because it's always the same two things or three things. The air filter is dirty, the spark plug, or the carburetor low speed jet is plugged. You fix it, you're done, and you made $20 from the local neighbors. Oh, thanks for fixing my stuff, so hey, why not? So those were always cool things to do back when I was working at the boat shop and learning all that stuff about small engines and other cool things. So it's cool to share the knowledge now on a platform like this, right? You can reach thousands of people. And even my bad videos, that I first put out and I didn't know how to make any videos, people still watch them today and they're like, wow, great, thank you so much. And, in my first videos were not very good. I didn't know how I wanted to do it. Some people said I talked too slow. Some people said I talk too fast. So there's really a learning curve on what you have to present in a certain amount of time, because a 30-minute video sometimes is just too much for people. Let me see down here. If we have, let's see, do you see tri-fuel options becoming more readily available? Is it possible to see them in more medium sizes, 5,000, 8,000 watts? I know natural gas is not near as powerful. So that is one of the reasons you don't see natural gas in really the smaller generators. I've converted a few, and like let's say you have a 2,000-watt generator, like let's just say a Honda 2000, the older one. It's 1,600 running watts. Well, by the time you add propane, you're at what, 1,450, 1,500 running watts, give or take, depending on conditions and all that stuff. But man, by the time you add natural gas, now you're at 1,100 to 1,200 barely, and it will struggle at that load. Now, if you're 800, maybe 700, if you just need low loads on natural gas, it would probably work there. It's the same thing when you get up a little bit bigger. So I don't see tri-fuels really. I haven't seen any on the market coming, and nor have any of the generator companies that I've asked. Unless they're like 5,500 watts and bigger, roughly about there, that's where I see them more tri-fuel starting in that area. There's a whole load of tri-fuel generators coming though, mainly from GenMax. They're the ones who are, GenMax has good generators and bad generators, just like every company out there, whether it's Ford or Chevy, any manufacturer has good products and bad products, just like EcoFlow. They have their good items and they have their bad items. But GenMax or Dinkin Power, they're out of China, just like everybody. They are the ones who are actually making the most types of different generators, tri-fuel generators, fuel injection generators, and more. They're the only ones who are kind of really stepping outside of the normal, which is cool. Kind of like what EcoFlow is doing, right? They're really taking leaps and bounds, big steps to just, change the game in a different way. And so GenMax is doing that too. And GenMax has actually made several generators for several companies before they even made their line. So Dinkin Power made products for years ago for Duramax. They made a bunch of stuff for Pulsar and some other name brands that are kind of not as more common. And so GenMax ended up deciding to release their own market line from Dinkin Power. And so that's what you will see in China or other countries. When they sell their generators, they're blue and black, and it says Dinkin Power on the side. When they sell it to America, they just say GenMax. So, but like the little Pulsar 4000, it's the same engine from GenMax with a lot of the same components. The Max Speed rods, same thing. And so a lot of the generators are all made from a lot of the same companies. Everything is from China. It doesn't matter who it is. Heck, even most of this phone, it's all from China. And so people are like, well, why don't you review any American-made generators? Well, there's like two, and people don't want to pay double or triple the price for the same unit. And that's probably our fault because we don't want to pay for that. So that's the problem with trying to find American-made products, is that they're just so overpriced. And so it's like, do you want to pay $800 or $900 for this product that puts out 5,000 watts? Or would you rather spend $2,800 for the American-made version, or $2,000? And you have no idea if it's going to even, put out the same amount of power, have a warranty or whatever. I try to review products where I know at least you can get some parts, you can get some service, which the most common ones are obviously going to be Yamaha, Honda, Champion, Win, and Pulsar. A lot of them are all the same. And a lot of people ask me, well, there's no service for these. Yes, there is. You have to just call around. I can't do everything for everybody. I have 4 shops, I think, just in my town, who will work on the new Champion that I just, reviewed, along with the Wen generator too. I asked them, I was like, hey, do you work on Wen generators? Oh yeah, tons of them. Do you work on the Champion? Yep, same thing. We work on those too. And they deal with all the warranty stuff. So most of the time, they're going to be able to take care of your basic service, basic parts that you're going to do, your valve adjustments, replacing your pull cords, carburetor replacements, ignition coils, maybe an inverter board. If the motor goes, it's not really worth rebuilding it. So And some of them die at 800 hours. Some of them make it to 3, 4, 5,000 hours. It just depends sometimes on the person and how you treat it. Because some people, they're just not easy on their stuff. And so sometimes it just, some make it a long time and some don't. It's like, people will freak out when their generator only works 2 or 300 hours and they spent $500, but yet they'll spend $80,000 on a car or a truck and they're having problems in 10,000 miles. And like, well, just so I don't know. Go back to some comments and just kind of see. But yeah, a lot of tri-fuels are coming. Do you think Tesla will ever make a hybrid? I think Tesla should make a hybrid, because if they don't, they could be in trouble like a lot of the other ones. I mean, look at Toyota. They pretty much own the hybrid market, right? Those guys, whenever they come out with a new hybrid, they know they're going to make sales. That's just the way that they've been since they come. They're slow at making changes and they're slow at coming out with new tech, but people buy Toyota all the time. Max Dean, you have saved me from buying the wrong generator. Not always is the expensive generator the best. And that is true. Just like a lot of cars or anything else, most expensive isn't always the best. There's a lot of times where, yeah, sure, it should perform and do better than the average out there. But, when you have a YouTube channel, right? You have a lot of people watch, and I may not have as many subscribers, but I get a lot of views and a lot of comments, and people will report back to my channel and tell me how many hours, how well their generator is doing, and more. And I also have to go research other people's channels. I'll go to other YouTube channels that do generator reviews, and I just scour the comments to see what people are saying about that unit or another unit. Then I go research Google, then I go research Amazon, then I go research Walmart, Home Depot, and more. So that's how I gather all my data. I don't go to one source. You can't. You have to really gather a lot of data, and it takes hours, tons of hours to get all this information. And and then you can make at least a detailed list of certain generators that are performing above average, like that Pulsar 4000, right? That little guy, so many people love it. So I bought it, and I still buy a lot of stuff with my own money. That way I can have, money invested in the game. And I try to use this stuff as much as possible, but I'm not using the generators quite as much anymore because I've added a lot more solar and, batteries and stuff. So it's a lot harder to get several hundred hours on a generator, because now I don't need to, so it's, like I said, once you start using power stations and solar more and more, you will start using a generator less and less. And that's why having both is really the ideal situation. You can have both for when you're not making enough solar, and you can stay silent and quiet and save fuel, when you have enough solar and you have that power station ready to go. So let's see here. What else? Brenda bought a 24 volt, 220 amp hour lead time battery, converting a shuttle bus. Cool. Leaning towards marine, especially in wire. Your opinion? Why isn't this used in RV and off-grid? Even Jasonoid's sounds like an awesome project. I agree. Shuttle bus, cool. Leaning towards marine, especially in the wire. Your opinion? I mean, so marine applications have to meet certain things, right? U.S. Coast Guard approval. So when you buy a alternator for a boat, it has to meet U.S. Coast Guard approvals due to sparks, because engines are always enclosed into a bay. So because they're enclosed into a bay, they have to have spark arrestor type products on it. That way, if it sparks, it's supposed to be arrested in some way. That's why you'll see a lot of boats, they don't actually have air filters. Well, a lot more the newer ones do, but they also have a mesh, and that mesh is a spark arrestor. But all that stuff costs a lot more to meet that U.S. Coast Guard approval. So the wiring has to be shielded a little bit thicker, because boats bounce around a lot. So you'll see that a lot sometimes if they use certain wiring and stuff, even though it's kind of the same, but if it meets U.S. Coast Guard approval, the insulation will be slightly thicker. The way they mount it, the fuse boxes they have to use are weatherproof. You don't have to use any of that stuff unless you plan on getting kind of crazy with your build and mud bogging the thing or something and running those types of wires and just anything else I think that's going to be meeting those approvals are just going to add to your expense and probably weight as well. So you don't have to use it. Yeah, I would just use kind of the regular stuff that's out there that's decent quality. Don't buy the cheapest wire that's online. You want to buy again the middle grade stuff. You don't have to buy the most expensive, but buy something that's just kind of known, people are using. Let's see what else here. Let's see, Blair, do any of the smaller 3 to 4,000 watt generators support higher voltage amperage output DC to be able to connect to DC input for higher speed charging in off-grid systems? No, they don't. But that's why I was excited when I went to National Hardware Show and the Duramax had the DC out that was higher than everybody else. Nobody has that yet. And so I talked to a bunch of those manufacturers and said, hey, this is where the market is going. We need DC charging at high levels. And I can see why maybe they don't do it yet, because you have, there's 48 volt, right? So then you need 56, 58, 59 volts, 60 volts to charge the batteries. Well, then there's, the next step, 60 volts, 72 volt, excuse me. And then if you get into, the EcoFlow Delta Pro, that big one, that's a 100 volt battery. So you can imagine if you had a DC charging generator that puts out DC at 100 volts and somebody wasn't being smart with DC, man, that could be one heck of a just, oh, that would be amazing, right? It'd be totally cool to have it. But, at the same time, it could also be dangerous. So I'm wondering if that's why, they have to probably find a way to implement safety systems is what I'm thinking. I think we'll see more of it. They're just probably trying to make sure that it's safe for everybody. And Duramax was talking about it. And who had something that isn't released even on the market. So in the video where I say, in one of my videos where I have DC charging generators, it's when I went to the National Hardware Show in March, there's a video. Well, there is one generator. It's not even out on the market. It's like a prototype, right? And so far, the only ones that do DC charging is EcoFlow. And then, for like their systems. And then you also have like low voltage DC charging from the Hondas, which is, and it's not even regulated. It goes up and down. It's not very safe. It's just for little stuff. But Zendor, who has that big power station, the Zendor V or whatever that thing is, which I think they've fixed now, which had a lot of problems. But they had a generator that was DC charging, and it had it to where it was DC charging with MC4 connectors. So it was basically like plugging in a solar panel into your battery. And it was at, I even showed in the video, it's been a while since it was like 48 to 58 volts. So, and I think it was at a higher amperage too, more than like the EcoFlow DC charging. I got to go back and look at that video now because I asked them about it. I said, I wanted this generator. And I said, when can I buy it? When can I review it? Because I think it'd be great for the off-grid guys. And so this Zendor generator is just gone. It's silent. You can't find it anywhere. I've asked them about it. I sent emails, nothing, no reply. And I've talked to Zendor, some contacts before, and man, nothing. They won't give me any goods on it. I'm like one of the only people I think that actually took any video of it. I can't find any information. Look for it. Zendor DC charging generator. It is for their stuff, but there is like no info on it at all. It's like top secret prototype stuff. Such a bummer. I think it could be a good, and it was, push button start, or they even had an app and all that stuff. So kind of a bummer. I wish it would come out on the market because we do need DC generators. And some small diesel ones would be nice. I don't think we're going to see small diesels because the problem is that, yeah, you can do all the alternative fuels and all the things like that, but DC is more problematic, or I mean, not DC, sorry, diesel generators. most people don't know how to work on diesel generators at all. Regular gas generators are pretty easy to work on. You can kind of get the basics. But when you get into diesel generators and you run them out of fuel, which is one of the main things, and then you have to prime it, um, and make sure that the fuel filter is completely primed all the way down the line to the injectors. People don't know how to do that stuff, which is why I think you won't see small diesel generators kind of like for mass distribution and mass sales, just because they're a lot more work, and not to mention they're going to be so much heavier. I mean, you're talking instead of say they made that Honda EU 3200i in a diesel, instead of 65 pounds, it'd probably weigh like 90. Because there's so much more mechanical components in the diesel engine, it's just heavy. So I just don't think we're going to see them. It'd be cool. I just don't think we will. What's a feature of tech you hope to see either for the first time or more of in generators moving forward? Pete, I think I was talking about that, the DC generators, because so many more people are doing the off-grid and battery backup systems. And so we need more DC charging options so you don't have the conversion loss with the inverter. That's what I would like to see. So I bet we'll see it. It's just, again, we're going to see some time go by so they can implement safety measures is what I think. Because again, if you have, high DC charging and some dude tries to modify things and do things himself and zippy zap zap, and next thing you know, he's lighting himself up. So, Zendur, Zendure. Super Base V is their main product that they have out there, but the generator is Ghost. At least the last time I looked, probably, I don't know, it's been a month or two probably since I looked for that generator, tried to get info. Smoke. Hello, really enjoying your live chat. Awesome. Lots of good information from your past experience. Thanks for keeping me up to date on current technologies. Awesome. Smoke. Sweet. Brenda, I'm a sponge based out of based out of what? I don't know. Let's see what else. What else is new that's coming out? I have a new video that's coming out here in a couple days. So the new video is going to be on the MC Metalworks fuel tank extension for generators. If you haven't seen it yet, MC Metalworks is a company out in Florida, and they're getting bombarded right now with a hurricane as well. So they're like, we're going to have to shut down just as your video is coming out. And I'm like, okay, well, good, because when you get back, you are probably going to have a ton of orders. So what it is a fuel tank that literally bolts on top of your existing generator. Now, they only have a few out at the moment, but because so many generators are the same, it makes it easy for them to mass produce. So like the Predator 3500 is the same generator as the Power Horse 4500i. And that's the one that Northern Tool sells. And I think it still has the older Lonson engine in it, which those were the ones that for some reason just seem like to last longer. Now, that fuel tank is basically going to double your run times. It screws on the top. There's a couple brackets on the back. It bolts up real quick and boom. And they're USA based. They powder coat their tanks. They're super clean, super nice, super simple, which is what people will love. And I hope people don't complain about the price too much, because again, USA products is what everybody wants. But when it comes down to the price, then everybody freaks out because the price is too much. And I'm sure there will be some Chinese knockoff soon, but I think the tanks aren't that expensive though. They're a couple $100s, which is reasonable. I think like maybe $250 to $300, depending on what tank size you buy for the generator that you have, because they have tanks for Predator 3500, the Predator 5000, Predator 9500. They have one for a Honda generator, Westinghouse. And they will and the Power Horse, because again it's the same, but they're going to start making a whole bunch of other ones. They already had they sent a picture that a whole bunch lined up for other units that they're bringing out, like the Honda EU 3000S. They're getting them for the Honda EU 7000i, and a few other ones. So that's going to be the video that'll come out here in a few days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't know. I like to mix it up. I like to keep you guys guessing. I used to do like always on a Friday or always on a Sunday. And now I'm kind of like, mix it up. Let them guess a little bit just for fun. Why not? Keep things fresh. Something like that. I'm a sponge. Zendur, home base. Super Base V. Super Base V is the name, Brenda. Darn right, Jason. Jason actually tested one of the prototypes, or it was basically like the whole beta version, and because they wanted me to test it as well, and I was like, I don't know, and so sometimes you have to really be careful with companies, because some people will test anything and just promote it out there. This is amazing, and they didn't test it at all, and then it ends up being junk. It's like, what? You have to do your due diligence, because there's so many products that I turn away constantly because, one, the price is outrageous. Two, it's nothing that nobody really wants or doesn't have anything to do with my channel. Or when you do get the product and then you do start testing it just to make sure it's good enough, it ends up being junk. And so then you have to tell the company, hey, after going through this product, these are my thoughts. You need to fix this, you need to fix that, and your price is outrageous compared to the competition. You're not going to do well. I just did this the other day with a solar panel. I won't mention the name because they're just doing what they want to do. They want to try to get into the market as well. And so they said, thank you so much for the feedback. We're going to go back and revamp this, because they were trying to compare this solar panel with another one that's out. And I was like, there's no way I would buy this or even recommend it to my viewers, because why would I? It's more expensive. It's a heavier solar panel. It takes way longer to set up. And so I said, it's a nice build, but it's not user friendly. It didn't put out quite as many watts as the other one. And so I said, you know what? And plus you're asking like $100. It was like $800 compared to the other ones at $550. I was like, you're never going to beat those other ones. They have a line of smaller solar panels is where they started, and they're actually really good. Those ones do well for them. They're more the overlanding stuff versus the bigger home backup. But they just want to expand their line like everybody else. But I said, not yet. You can't, because you're going to get eaten alive if I was to promote this, and I don't want to promote it because it just wasn't good enough. So, Brenda, oh man, Honda versus Predator. I like these questions. So Honda is good depending on what you want to do with it. If you have like a Honda EU3000S, it's a great backups, generator, right? It's been around forever. It's kind of been a staple, and Honda makes the quietest ones out there. The EU3000IS and the Honda 2200i are the quietest ones really ever made, besides like the Honda 2000 or the little Honda 1000, but it doesn't put out a lot of power, right? So the problem is that with my generator that I had with the Honda EU3000i, it's big and heavy. It doesn't come with wheels, super expensive. Yeah, it'll run forever, but then you got to buy a wheel kit. If you want to convert it to propane, which I did, you got to do that. And it doesn't have as much power as like a Predator 3500, which I don't even recommend the Predator anymore because there's so many other good options. The best thing about the Predator 3500 is where you buy it, because you can buy the warranty and you can swap it out. You buy the warranty, for which has gotten real expensive, like $400, I think, $350 now, from what some of the people were saying in the forums. And so that's really the best thing about the Predator 3500, is that you use it, and then at that 2-year mark, you literally take it back and swap it. And they can't say anything. You just say, hey, the screen died, which, I mean, however you want to feel about that, wrong or right, that's what people are doing. And then they spend another $400 for another extended warranty, and then they just keep rotating and exchanging them. I feel that will probably stop soon. The Honda I got rid of it because they no longer made the inverter board. So if the inverter board died, it was a brick. And which is, people say, oh, you can get parts for Honda forever. No, you can't. Eventually, they stopped making them. And so what happened was I looked for new inverter boards. I looked for superseded inverter boards, and I even asked a Honda dealership, hey, can we get this part number? He's like, nope. Looks for superseded, nope. And he's like, yeah, that's weird. We don't make that one anymore. And I was like, well, that's very interesting to know. I assume another inverter board would work, and it probably would. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. I never actually tried a different one. And if you talk to Honda mechanics who work on them, they say generally overall Hondas are still really good, but they are not what they used to be, because I think, just personally, Honda has found out that, I mean, if you make something that lasts 20 to 25 years, then they're not going to come back and buy more. And so marketing really has changed. And so I I think they found that if you are constantly making something that lasts forever, then you're not making as much money. So that's not really good for sales. When you look at a marketing standpoint, your objective is to sell products. So if you make it slightly less reliable, which if you go look at Honda forums, you look at the replies I get and everything else, and you talk to mechanics, not one, you have to go talk to 10 mechanics to get an overall based opinion. And this is why, oh, my local guy said okay, well, great. Go talk to a bunch more, then draw a conclusion. You can never do it off of one or two or even three. That's why when people test things, has to be multiple times, not once. So I talked to a ton of mechanics, and a majority did say, I just don't think they're built like they used to be. The Honda EU3000S was really one of the best ones, and it's still good. The older ones, and also the Honda EU2000i, pretty much bulletproof. The 2200s are still doing really good, but they're not holding up like those 2200 or the 2000 was. And don't even get me started on the EU3200. I just the price on that thing, the power output, and just having to work on that thing if you ever had to, like if the fuel injection went out, because people are having flooding problems with those EU3200Is. Not a ton, but enough to where it's like, okay, I'm starting to see a repetitive thing. And I want you to do this. I want you to go onto Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, whatever. Go look for Honda EU3200Is for sale on Marketplace. There is literally within a 250-mile circle of me, I can pull up probably 8 to 10 right now that are for sale between $1,700 and about $2,400, used to brand new in box. And they're not selling. So this tells me something, that either they just don't want them or use them, or they're not happy with them. And so when you see a Honda for sale at a much cheaper price, because it was only 2 or 3 years ago where a EU2200i could almost pull full price of what it sold for. If it was $1,100 in the store, $800 to $750 all day long in the used market, as long as it was in decent condition or relatively new. So the E3200 is just, it's still a good generator. Yes, I still love the EU2200. If I didn't need more power, I would probably use that one more. But because I want to run propane, or at least have the option to run gas and propane, and I want to be able to always have the ability to run a 15K AC unit in my RV, that's the whole reason I carried a generator. Even when I wasn't boondocking as much, or if I was going to an RV park, I still had a generator in my RV. That way, if I broke down, I could get the family into the RV, at least if I was somewhere safe, and I could at least run the AC unit and keep us cool until help arrived, whenever that would be. Because sometimes you go to these locations, nobody might show up for 5 hours, 6 hours, depending. I mean, nowadays is a little bit better, but 10 years ago, sometimes it'd be 4, 5, 6 hours before somebody got to you way out in the middle of nowhere. So at least if I had a generator that could run the AC, then I would at least be able to, hang out inside. And that was kind of really the gist of always carrying one with me, even if I did go to an RV park. So Hondas are still good. I just wish they would make something else in between the 22 and the 3200 and be a factory dual fuel. So that is my hope, is that I hope Honda gets back in the game. But after the Honda lawsuit in California, I think they're kind of done in the outdoor power equipment as far as making anything too crazy and different. They're going to start doing more and more electric. And I think as far as the generator market, they're not really pushing that much harder. Even when I talked to the guy, when I went to go check out this new prototype thing they had, they were not too interested in making new products for outdoor power equipment besides kind of what they already have. So the water pumps, the lawnmowers are all kind of staying the same, and the generators as well. I don't know if they're going to make anything extremely different. Who knows? You never know with Honda. Sometimes they just, hey, here's something brand new, and out of nowhere. So nothing. Would you recommend the secondary tank or the fuel pump that you've shown in? Okay, so Pete, the fuel pump only works on plastic tanks with certain models. This fuel tank is for the larger generators that have a metal tank and a metal fuel neck. So it doesn't work. It doesn't cross over. Supposedly, GenMax was going to make another fuel pump that was supposed to work on those, being electric and stuff. But with electric is good and bad. It's super easy and simple, right? But you have a fail point. versus if you have a tank that is right on top of another generator, the only thing that can fail is really the O-ring. And if you go to like Ace Hardware, they have tons of O-rings. Go buy 2 or 3, throw them on the generator, put them in a plastic bag, have them ready to go just in case they break down and leak from ethanol fuel or, run some treatment. So let's kind of go back over here. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, Jason. Grew up with Honda, oil change easy. Yeah, that's one thing I do like about the old, like the 2200, right? Super easy to just boom, boom, boom. You don't need a tool either. You can use a quarter or a penny or whatever, and it'll just open the side and boom. I still love the 2200. I don't use it as much as the other ones now because I use the propane, because for me, I'm using propane more for just a few hours. Because I'm offsetting what I'm making with solar and batteries. And so that's really just the only thing I'm doing. Plus I'm experimenting with things now a lot more. I'm pretty hard on my stuff now because I kind of want to push it to the limits to see if it fails. If it breaks, then I can come back and tell you guys and say, hey, this didn't make it under, harsh conditions or whatever. I try not to completely abuse my stuff, but there are times I will push it to the limits and stuff, because why not? I mean, I used to race dirt bikes and jet skis for years, right? And I was, expert racing in jet skis, and I was doing a lot of dirt bike racing, and I built a lot of my own engines and stuff. And we would push those to the limit all the way to see where would they fail. How far can you go until it blows up? Same thing because they were mainly all 2-strokes. And we would mix our oil ratios to certain things. And I got really good, really from a friend of mine was a 2-stroke, just genius. And we started mixing our oils and talking about, rich conditions, lean conditions, these are just things you learn. And we found out that, we could start leaning out the actual oil, because technically you're leaning out your fuel mixture if you're running a lot of oil because of flow density. So too much oil means you have a thicker base fluid, right? So that fluid has to flow through a small jet. And if it flows slower, you're actually leaning out your engine. So we started basically running less oil, going from 32 to 1, 40 to 1, 50 to 1, 60 to 1, 80 to 1 is, 60 to 1 is kind of where we landed. 80 to 1 we tried and it worked. It just, and even though like certain oils you can run 100 to 1, it just was scary. So we landed at 60 to 1, and it just seemed like everything ran really good. The engine was clean, burned great, so those are just kind of things that you would learn in on this. But we'll go back to questions before I get back into the racing days and go all day. Used at that price would question. Terry Carlson. How can you tell if you are enough natural gas pressure for a tri-fuel generator? I assume trying to use a line that goes into a natural gas stove. Thanks. So water column is what they use to measure natural gas, and the water column or pressure, it's super low with natural gas. I think water column I may have to look it up again, but I think it's like 7 to 8 water column for natural gas. So you just have to make sure that whatever line that you're plugging into has that amount of pressure for a natural gas generator. And depending how far you go, you also need a thicker line. You can't use a little line, because you lose pressure and flow if you have this small little hose. So that's why when you see natural gas generators, their hose is always like, 3/4 inch. You can't do the little 5/16, 3/8. So water column, I think for natural gas is 7/8, and water column for propane low pressure gas or propane is 11/12. So it's too many things to remember, right? There's like tons of stuff you have to, because I'm dealing not only with solar, but I'm also dealing with, generators and batteries. And I love all this stuff because it's just cool information. And there's so much to learn out there, and just, cool stuff. But generally you need a different regulator for a generator versus a stove or a heater on natural gas. Yeah, so you'll have a different regulator for natural gas, which will be that correct water column, versus, because sometimes I've tried to change them and they work, but it's not quite right, which is why if you have those kits, they're designed to work off of pressure. So, it's a vacuum pressure, and then that diaphragm that's in there, works for natural gas and propane based on, I guess, the vacuum of the engine. So, and also a nozzle orifice. They try to make it the nozzle that comes in, and then the orifice for the little jet that goes through. They try to make those kits be universal for both. That's why they can usually work with both. But if you have a regulator, another load regulator inside the generator, you can't use two load regulators, which is different from your, regular regulator that you would normally have on just your propane side. You put it on there, you have the little regulator, right? Well, then there's the other one in there, in the generator, sometimes outside the generator. So, yeah, and sometimes double regulating is no bueno. So generators take typical RV pressure. That's cool. Yes, Tyler. Because since RVs have one, maybe two regulators, depending. Some of them have three. It's kind of crazy. Most have two. Some have one. So those regulators are, a high pressure, and then they will sometimes go to a restrictor and stuff. So sometimes if you try to run a really big generator at your, like your barbecue or propane fire pit or whatever, sometimes they won't run as good because you'll see them go into like a distribution block, and you'll have the main line come in and then 2 or 3 lines come out. Well, I think they restrict them in there. I need to double check and verify, because one RV didn't work. I would try it and I was just like, what's going on here? And I should have checked the pressure. But on the other RVs that I've had, it always worked. So, and I found that I would see this regulation block, or I mean a distribution block, either underneath the RV along the frame somewhere. Sometimes it could be just tucked up on top of the frame, and you may not see it as much, because sometimes I'll run those lines underneath or inside of that the underlayment there, the kind of weather protection, whatever that is. So, what else we got here? What else should we talk about? More generator talk, which is cool because a lot of new stuff coming out, which GenMax, again, has a ton of stuff, but it hasn't been released yet. And so they said late September, somewhere in October, we should see a ton of new things. The big 17,000 and stuff that you guys, since you guys are here, I'll tell you, they have a new 17,000 tri-fuel coming out. I've already seen pictures of it. Nobody else has a 17,000 tri-fuel anywhere, right? And they're also going to take that 17,000 tri-fuel and make it a fuel injection model, but that's not till like next year, probably at the National Hardware Show in Vegas is where that one will be. So there's a lot of things they're trying to do, but it is incredibly hard for China to release generators with natural gas and things like that, because technically you're not allowed to mess with natural gas or propane, really, I guess, in China. There's like regulations and things, I guess, out there that they're not allowed to do certain stuff. And also for them to try to meet national electrician codes out here in America, those are things that are really a pain, because obviously their electrical is different. So they have to research a whole bunch of stuff just to make some of this stuff compatible over here, which is sometimes they'll pre-release something and then you may not see mass production for 6, 8, 12 months. It just, because they found out, excuse me, that something changed or didn't meet code, or, doesn't work over here in America because, the other countries are different. So, sometimes those are the problems you run into with all this stuff being made overseas. And unfortunately, everything is made overseas now. It's just kind of the way it is. So, Blair, I saw your video on the Max Pinion Rods 4000 with the dual fuel. Is this product still on your recommended products? So far, yeah, it's doing great. I only have 15 hours on mine. It's a fully loaded unit. For me, again, I don't need all those features. I like apps. So like I've always liked apps to be able to look at the load and look at my voltage, look at my amps. And so those are things that I like. I don't really need the push button electric start, but starting it from your phone is cool. I mean, it's really the only generator, a smart generator out there, that you can start and stop a generator on your phone besides EcoFlow. They came out with the first, and now this Max Pinion Rods unit, which is made by GenMax or Dinkin Power in the end, which I had to do research to make sure, because I was like, they're using the same engine. They just changed the manufacturing name to something else. It's kind of like what they're doing with the solar panels back there. They all come from China, even though they say Vietnam, Taiwan, whatever, that's where they got busted. So the solar panels were coming from China, going to other countries, getting a different sticker, and then coming over here so they didn't have to pay the tariffs. And so now that's why we're going to see all these huge tariffs coming on solar panels. They got caught. So it's so stupid, man. Everybody's like, because when you look at enough solar panels, you look at them and you're like, the same thing with the generators or other things. You're like, this is the same exact product. Why is this one made in Vietnam and this one's in China? And you're like, so yeah, that's what happened with some things. And so it's funny, the stuff you start to find out. Kind of amazing. But yeah, so the 4000 GT, I would still recommend it. I haven't seen much bad on it yet. Only one person, he complained that he was having starting issues with the 4000 GT on propane, which, you have to take that, with a grain of salt, because is it him? Is it the generator? Or is it something else in line? Is it a faulty regulator? Regulators can go bad super quick. If you've had any kind of a barbecue or anything that has a regulator, RVs, they can last a day, they can last 6 months, they can last a year. Who knows? So regulators, because again, they're made so cheap, sometimes you have to make sure that the problem is not the generator itself, but maybe the propane tank, maybe the regulator, maybe the line, who knows? Maybe there's a piece of debris in the line that actually flew inside to the generator inlet and got stuck in the diaphragm, or who knows what, because packing materials, there's so many things that sometimes it's not the generator's fault. And I get it. People don't always want to admit that it could be OE. And so you'll hear me say that sometimes, and OE is operator error. And that happens with tons of stuff. It doesn't matter what you own. If you don't know how to use things properly, there's a learning curve. And sometimes you're going to do things wrong. It doesn't matter who it is. All of us, we all make mistakes, right? So sometimes with reviews, you have to really look into it a little bit more methodically of like, okay, well, this guy described this. Is it the problem with the generator, a different piece, or is it the person? So that's why sometimes you have to really kind of diagnose, just like anything else, where is the problem really? So that's, so far that generator, yes, is on the list of, I would still recommend it if you want all those features. It's on Prime right now. It's actually a little bit cheap. I've seen better prices. I think it was $849. You might want to check. So, and Tyler Johnson, I'm in the market and found the channel. Awesome. After Helene hit upstate South Carolina, I also have a pop-up. Cool. It's like everybody started with a pop-up at some point, right? So cool. And they're simple. You just kind of go and whatever. But I'd use it for, aside from keeping the fridge going without power, and they've been eyeing the Max Peeding rods as well. So Max Peeding rods 4000 and 4000 GT, Pulsar 4000, which is the dual fuel, or they have a Pulsar 4000 regular, and they have a GenMax 4000, all the same body type, all made the same, all with the same engine. The only thing I haven't confirmed, which I guess I really need to start doing this now and I forget to do it, but I need to confirm if the inverter boards are the exact same part number. When you look at them and you look at the capacitors and the little control modules and stuff that are on them, they look the same. That doesn't mean they are the same. Now they will program them differently, kind of like the Champion and the Win, right? That I just reviewed. If you haven't seen that video, same engine, same carburetor, same looking inverter board, just programmed differently. So they're making it to where the Champion puts out a pinch more power, but obviously you're paying a lot more for the Champion, which I like Champion products. They've usually done well, but they're asking a lot more money for the same thing. And more I'm looking into Win and like AI power. I'm just becoming more and more impressed. And I really shouldn't have gotten rid of my Win 3800 a long time ago. That was a good generator, and people love that thing. If you look at reviews on the Win 3800, tons of people love that stuff. Yeah, there's bad reviews on it. Sure, there's bad reviews on everything. I can show you a brand new Ford that was $80,000 that is just junk. So, hey, it doesn't matter what it is. Everybody makes something bad. Nothing is perfect. So, and nowadays, man, it's like a hit and miss with almost anything you buy. But, most of the time the products are good. You only hear about the products that are bad from the people who complain, but you never hear about the products that are good because they're out using their stuff and they don't care. They're not going to go, hey, my stuff is really great. I love it. I'll be back again to tell you more about it. You know, you don't hear from those people much, only once in a while. So, but yeah, max speeding rods, all of those units, they're really all the same. And so far overall, those are good units from the majority of the comments I get, the ones that I go looking for on other pages as well. And that's why that Pulsar unit it's so good. It was only $539 when I bought it. And it just had the features that I wanted. I wanted to hook my propane line up to it. It's relatively quiet at the lower loads, like, you know, if you're running a 15K AC unit and down, perfect. Thing's great. And it's not burning a ton of fuel. Or if I want to supercharge my batteries real quick and do 2,000 watts or whatever, and if it's too hot outside, it doesn't matter because I used a Honda in the beginning, the Honda 2200i, and it just wouldn't hold up at the higher, you know, watts. If I was running 1800 on an AC unit, it just couldn't handle it. It would, you know, eventually die on a hot day. That's, you know, because you're running it at max RPM and max load. And that's not what pieces of equipment are really designed to do. I tried it like everybody else. I was like, well, let's see what the hey. And it just can't hold up. So eventually it's going to overload and trip like it's supposed to. And then, you know, and then you realize, well, I don't have enough generator. I need something else. And running normally most of the time at 50% load and under is where you'll normally see your best fuel ranges too. So if you can stay within 30 to 50%, you'll get longer run times. It's like going down the freeway. If you're doing 80 miles an hour, you're not going to get the same fuel economy as if you were doing 65. So it's kind of the same thing with any engine. The faster you run it, the harder the load, you're just going to be dumping fuel, you know. So, and this is true with like if you've ever owned a boat, you know, once you kind of get in those upper RPMs, you are sucking fuel versus if you're just kind of cruising. So same thing. So Brenda, yep, pop-up. Yep, the pop-ups. Gotta love those things. Man, I still like pop-ups. You know, I've been looking at maybe getting a cab over camper because I'd really like to go back and simplify stuff versus having my fifth wheel, because the fifth wheel is nice, obviously, because I have all the room for the family, or if I want to do a guy's trip or friends or whatever, we all, you know, boom, take off and go, you know, do the 2-3 nights somewhere in the dirt, and we have a good time. But sometimes when it's just, if it's just me and the wife, or if it's just, you know, me, because sometimes I do solo trips, it's great. You know, you go out somewhere for a night or two and just kind of relax and kind of revamp a little bit. And I like to do that to go, you know, kind of thinking space and just get a little time to go out and, you know, fish or whatever. It's good to just kind of get away for a little bit and you can kind of go think and stuff. But, you know, towing that big fifth wheel around and trying to go to some of the places I go, you know, I go to these places and people are just like, how did you even get that back here and stuff? And so like I end up scuffing the roof of my, you know, RV, and I take my pole hopper with me, and sometimes I forget it, and I have to cut branches down as I'm on my way to the destination. I'll have to stop, get out, get the pole hopper, chop, 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 and move the stuff to the side. And if I forget it, then, you know, then I have to get up on, you should see this. I've gotten up on top of my RV under the tree, snap the branches off as I, you know, and then I can drive a little bit, get back out, get on top and snap a couple more. It's horrible. But that's part of the adventure, right? It's totally cool because there's so many places I can go around here. It's really neat. So I don't know about you guys, but I have a ton of places that I can go that are just literally, man, I think 15 minutes and I am just gone. So I'm gonna get some water here real quick. If you've probably noticed, I am a talker. I can tell stories all day long. What else should we talk about? So much good stuff, right? I haven't checked up on the hurricane like at all, and like today actually I haven't checked up on it at all. You know, because I was preparing for this, I was finishing a video for that extended fuel tank and more, and then also. Let's see. What else was I preparing for? Oh, I made another video too that'll be out in a few days as well. It's basically just generator tips. Using your generator with your RV, just some tips that a lot of people don't know, because I've seen it happen. They ask me the same questions over and over, so I figured, well, maybe I'll just make a video and give them some, you know, kind of tips on how to use your generator a little bit more effectively while you're out, you know, camping or using your RV. And it doesn't matter if it's 30 amp or 50 amp, the tips will work for both, or even if you're at home, you know. All that stuff is always, nice to know just to help you have a better experience if you're using a generator or even a power station, which I really should make a power station video, which I probably will, because I've found a lot of people don't know how to properly use a power station in an RV. You would think it's simple, and it really is. But there's just a few tips sometimes, like when they leave the converter on and they find out, wow, my power station is already dead. It's like that was only 4 hours. Well, the converters suck power constantly, even when they're not doing anything. It'll draw 15, 20 watts just doing nothing. So, but so probably make a video on something like that. And then I have a whole bunch of solar panel videos coming out because there's a lot of new solar panels that have been released. And I also need to find some for my RV project, which might get delayed now a little bit because I started too late and the weather's changing. I was going to have RV armor done, and I was talking to them on and off, and they said, well, if you want to drive it south somewhere, we're going to need it for 10 days. And I just don't have anywhere or the time in the next couple months for 10 days. So I may have to wait till the spring. So I may wait on my revamp of the solar and stuff on my RV, because trying to find something else that, people can buy, that people like, and also a different rail system that's a little bit more universal. So the rail systems, there's some out there that are good and bad. I've even looked in our shop to see if I could use something that would be beneficial, like on an RV that people can buy, because as a solar installer, most of the stuff we get is not available to the general public, right? Like the solar mounts that we have from Iron Ridge or stuff like that. Most of the time, you can't buy that stuff if you're just a normal, everyday person, and you're not a business with a contract and an account. So trying to find things like that. Brenda, enjoying hands. Conversation was also there. Got to be able to tell a story or two to be a camper. Darn right, Tyler. And you got to really elaborate those stories, and change them up a bit, and make something this big and turn it that big. There's one time when I was out camping, my friends. It's always one of those things, and then you're just, as you're sitting there standing around the fire, and people are just like. So solar panels, mono, looking/thinking at 400 watts each panel. Brenda, well, tons of 400-watt panels. Do not buy the EcoFlow 400-watt panels, the Renogy 400-watt panels. Do not buy anything online that is a 400-watt panel, because you're not buying, well, you're buying a 400-watt panel that's relabeled from somebody else. And even though I like, Renogy products, some of their stuff is good, and I like EcoFlow products as well, you're overpaying by tons. And so these panels back here behind me on this side, actually, because my camera's reversed, odd, but that one is a bifacial Hyundai 400, and then the other one is an Aptos DNA 400 as well, and that one's also bifacial. And so those ones are relatively cheap at about $130 for the whole panel, right? The only problem is that you have to buy typically 10. And so what I tell people is that if you're going to buy 6, 7 panels, 5 panels, or whatever it is you're going to buy, try to find a buddy to go in on it with you, because then it makes it worth it, because you're buying the 10 panels cheap. You're getting, if you can find free shipping, they do that like twice a year, roughly. But I mean, depends on when you need it. That's the best way to save money, because then you're not paying the shipping fees, because those are a little expensive to ship, versus if you buy a whole pallet, that's, really the best way to do it. But most people don't want to spend $4,500 for a pallet of solar panels. So if you can find a friend, go in and buy, even if you need 4 and they need 3 or they need 2 or whatever, buy all 10 of them and just sell them locally. Solar panels are easy to resell a few at a time, because as long as you have 2, usually in pairs is how they sell the best. But you can sell 1, but I was going to do a comparison on those Aptos back there too, along with like maybe some Rec solar panels and stuff. But, just depends. Those are harder to get sometimes because of those shipping costs, when a lot of people want 2 to 4. It's kind of the average, right? So, but bifacial panels, if you're not doing a grid tie system, bifacials are super cheap right now. It's almost easier to just buy a bifacial panel because of the price. It's cheaper to buy bifacial and possibly get the gains from it. But if you're doing anything with a grid tie, do not buy bifacial panels, because then you have to upsize everything and meet codes, and then your expense goes way up with fuses and wiring and size of your conduit and everything else, and not to mention just everything has to be upsized, so the cost goes up. Which generator is, and let's see, this is from a guy from Quebec. Neat. Quebec, awesome. Which generator is best for backup only, about 50-hour a runtime per year, diesel or gasoline? Well, it's hard to find, again, any kind of a diesel generator that's small. And the generator that you're going to need is going to be based on the loads. If you're only running 200 or 300 watts, get something small, because you don't want to run this big generator that's going to consume a ton of fuel, because then you're just wasting fuel on a big generator when you're only running a little load. So if you're running 200 or 300 watts all the time, which is like a fridge coming on and off and some lights and Wi-Fi, you could easily go with something small. It's a lot quieter and you're going to save a bunch on fuel. So that's where you're going to have to decide what is going to be best for you. You need to do an energy audit, basically, and find out how much power do you need for your typical power outage situation. I know a lot of people, like around me, they have two. They have a big one and a small one. A big one so they can run the AC when it's really crazy hot, and then they just spend the money on the fuel. And then on the normal days when they really just want to keep the fridge and the freezer cold, they will just buy a smaller one for those types of loads, because it's only 120 volts. So you can have a 120 or 240 transfer switch and just do that. And so it's super easy, right? You can just have those installed or do it yourself. And then you can, decide what type of power do you need at that time. So 120 volts, small generator for the small loads, big generator for the big giant stuff. It's hard to find an all-in-one that does everything well, because again, too big, wasting fuel; too small, not enough power for everything you may want later. So happy mediums are it's going to be more based on what you need. So, but cool that you're, are you actually in Quebec right now? I mean, awesome if you are. Totally cool. How long have we been on here? Hour and 20 minutes. Wow, that's pretty good. Probably go another few more minutes, another 10, 15 minutes if people are still around and have more questions. Other than that, definitely, stick around. And as a guy from Quebec, yes, and thank you. Awesome. Totally cool. Reaching people, that's what's cool about these platforms, right? Is that you can reach people at a long distance, versus just, I guess if you're just helping people locally is always good too, but you can definitely do a lot around here. I'm not sure if anybody wants to hear any more about me, but let's see. Some of you were here in the beginning. I talked about working at boat shops and doing solar, and then I was in the medical field. I'm still in the medical field, actually. I still work at the hospital, which any of my hospital peeps out there, or anybody who's a first responder, I get it. It is a crazy tough job, and the hours that you put in are crazy. I have missed so many holidays. I've missed so many weekends and trips and things working, which it's not a bad job. It's good money. It's a good experience. But I realized I didn't want to be full-time anymore at the hospital working. So I decided to do more of the solar business with the family. The YouTube helps pay some stuff. And then I also do side things on the side. So I just have multiple income streams that help kind of pretty much pay my bills. I've pretty much just been, at the same kind of income level. So it's great. I can go to the hospital whenever they need help. I can go talk to all my old friends and all the old physicians I used to work with. So for me, it's kind of cool to be it's cool to be able to do all this stuff and be kind of well-rounded in certain things. I've enjoyed working different careers throughout my life. It's made me well-rounded. And if I know none of you guys know my childhood or anything like that, it wasn't good. I had a good childhood in the beginning, and all hell broke loose. And which wasn't any fault of mine, obviously, but parents don't always start off well. Even though we were in a large income family, lived in Southern California for a long time, big house, all the things you could ever want, and then just in a blink of an eye, it all was taken away, and it was just crazy. I never went to college, which my son is in college now, doing things I've never got to do, which is awesome. And so I'm living a little bit through him. I'm so jealous. But you can't look back on the past. You can only move forward. But I've learned so much from all those experiences. So it's pretty cool that I got to do the things that I was doing and to try different jobs. I was even a fiber optic specialist for a while, because the old guys didn't understand fiber optics. They really understood copper and little dials to kind of tone in the phone stuff. So I traveled 13 Western states with AT&T and Quest Communications doing fiber optics. So that was really cool for a while. And man, what else have I done? The electrician work and then the solar installs. I mean, I was installing solar since I did it for a couple of years because again, working for your father-in-law is not easy. So, and then, now it would be, but I don't want to be on a roof anymore when it's 105 outside and the roof is 140. Not fun. Your shoes actually melt. I had a pair of shoes melt. It was nuts. They were just sliding off. But we did this crazy big job down in Del Mar, California, and we installed a system that was over a megawatt. And this was the first time we got to do over a megawatt versus before we did really relatively large, but not over. And we outbid this company a little bit less because we needed the job. And every other company said they would do it and have it turned on and ready to go in about a little over a year to a year and a half. Well, we started using Unistrut like you see back there, right? Nobody else was doing it like this when we were doing it. When we started using this Unistrut in a certain assembly line. We had the whole job done, turned on in 6 months. We had people coming taking pictures because we were putting it up so fast. And if you go down to Del Mar Fairgrounds, the same thing is there today. Those same solar panels are all up. It was one of the biggest jobs I was on. But I also traveled all over the place to like Blythe and Victorville, Cal Expo in Sacramento, Chico Fairgrounds. We have solar systems all up and down the state of California with the fairgrounds and more. And most of those are all still on today, unless they tore down the place or something, if something closed. But so that's a little bit more about me anyway, and some of the stuff I did. Which, I don't know everything, obviously, about solar. There's so much that these guys know, like my father-in-law, his partner, Andy, which I used to work with. I usually kind of help more on the sales aspect. So that's kind of what I do, is that I don't want to do the installs anymore. Why would I? I did it before, and it is hard work. But I still learn a lot from the guys who are doing the current installs on some of the newest mounts. A lot of the newest products, like the new Tesla batteries that just came out, those are so good. You just can't buy them as a regular person. You have to have an account and have somebody install them, which if you don't want to do any of this DIY stuff, the Tesla batteries are the way to go right now. So feel you on the hospital work can be very stressful. Merlin in Alaska, right on Alaska. Oh, we're hitting like the areas, we got Quebec, we got Florida, South Carolina, we got Alaska. It's so cool, right? We're like hitting, we're hitting the coast and the continents and this stuff. So neat. But yeah, lots of cool things coming out in solar. I don't know if you guys ever have seen, there's these new flexible, I know people don't like flexible solar panels. I like them mainly because of the fact they're the most rapid when it comes to changes. And I guess you could say developing new techniques and new stuff. When you look at rigid solar panels, I've been around these for years when they were 55 watts and 60 watts. Oh, and then it was like, 75 watts. Oh, and then it's like, 100 watts. Oh, okay. And so isn't that interesting? Only in the last few years have these behind me really taken off and changed kind of dramatically. Bifacial obviously has gotten really popular. And then, the new half cut cells, adding tons of bus bars. It's funny. You'll see a solar panel with 16 bus bars, 9 bus bars, 12 bus bars, 10 bus bars. It goes back and forth. And then they have the new N type solar panels. And then when they like the bifacials, you can see behind me here, let me go this way. So that one right there, that Aptos, it just like the Hyundai solar panel. It's 2 solar panels in one is all it is, right? So they just took the 2, they put them in one, they add some bypass diodes. And so now if one part is shaded, the other part is still working, which is great. That's a genius idea. And you're seeing that in the smaller solar panels as well. How was the Blythe job next to the prison? It was hot. and when I went, there was nothing there. There's nothing there. I was out there and we were working and we're like, hey, let's go do something. And you're like, what? There's nothing to do. So, I mean, you're out there at a job, you're out of town with the boys, you go to the little local restaurant, and there just really isn't much else to do. There's not much out there. So, I mean, maybe there is now. I haven't been down to Blythe, and I passed by Blythe a few years ago, and that's what I did. I was like, oh, look, Blythe. I remember, and I just kept going. So I spent enough time there for a couple months putting up a job, and then after that, I was like, we're out of here. So, but yeah, like anyway, back to those solar panels. I like the flexible ones because the technology is moving so fast. There's these new Merlin solar panels. If you haven't seen them, check it out. They're like, industrial type military grade Merlin. And they may even go off of another name. They're super expensive, man. They're like $1,000 for a 400 watt versus the ones from Renogy are really the only ones they're any good. The SIGS one is cool, but it's still undecided if it's really a long-term panel. You're going to get a good 4 to 5 years out of them, and then after that, who knows what's going to happen. The same thing with mine that I have. These ones are definitely a lot better. That last heat wave that I went through just destroyed those solar panels. I mean, well, okay, didn't destroy them. Only 3 of them, because it was 119 that day. And so when measuring the roof, it was 140, 150, 160 peak on the surface of those solar panels. And it was the same if I was to punch the glass panel back there. If you take your heat gun, and those get super hot, right? Just like anything else, it's black. But those fiberglass ones at 160, that's where kind of like the damage starts. So, and that's why I kind of recommend them to people, or maybe not in Arizona, and maybe not where I live, where you get those crazy hot temperatures. Low 100s, not bad. I didn't really see any problems until I had that week of it was like 112, and it just kept going up and up and up for like, we had 10 days of like 112 up to the 119, and then it just kind of went back down. And then after that, you could kind of see the discoloration in those fiberglass solar panels take place, which you will see discoloration on fiberglass anyways, because fiberglass discolorates. Kind of like if you ever seen a boat and you don't wax it, it'll kind of start to yellow. That's kind of the gel coat in fiberglass. It'll start yellowing, right? Fiberglass just kind of does that. So that's what was kind of happening with those, but it accelerated it because of the temperatures and the direct sun. So if you're ever buying those, cooler climates, they will do great and they will last a lot longer. Are they as good as a rigid? No, they're not going to be, but they offer solutions. And again, I always tell people, like, if you install rigid panels on your RV, you have to check them. When I bought my RV, it had a rigid panel on it. And you know what I did when up there? It was only 8 months old. It'd only been on a few trips already. And I went up there to check on it. In one corner, just wiggled up and down. The screws came up and down, totally loose, right? Because as your RV goes down the road, it is just cheap plywood on the top, right? And as it goes down the road, it's constantly flexing. And you have this nail in there, or a screw, and it's just doing this and just doing this constantly. And then pretty soon it just woggles a hole. And then pretty soon that rigid panel is now only being held by the VHB tape, if there is any, and then also the silicone on top. And so that's why sometimes when people don't go up there and look at their stuff, you have to. It's just basic maintenance that you have to check every 3 or 4 months if you use your RV all the time. But every single screw in my rigid panel was loose. I could go up there and just twist it with my finger. And I was just like, you got to be kidding me. Now, this was probably because of the manufacturing. They just didn't do a good job. Those guys go up there and just, they hit screws just, and then if they hit it again, they'd strip it. So it was horrible to see that on there. And I was like, man, if this thing flew off, and I think you will see more and more rigid panels starting to fly off our roofs because so many more people are installing them on their RVs, right? So I think as more and more people put them up there, which not everybody is the best installer, they'll just throw them up there and hope for the best. And people who try to do it cheaply, or try not to get it into the trusses, or who knows what, and then they never check on it. And you see this with YouTubers too. We lost a solar panel, no big deal. Yeah, the guy back there is dead. Yeah, I think we're going to start seeing more and more of it. So if you have an RV with solar up there, just check them. That's all you got to do. Just go up there, give them a little tug, and make sure nothing's loose and those screws aren't starting to wobble and back out, because we know how RVs are made. They're just, man, they're not made good. And this guy's just, they're not insulated well. The guy installing all the screws, he's like, hit, miss, miss, hit, miss, miss. It's just so bad, in the electrical too. What do we got going on here? Solar panels, which generator is best? I figured I'd get back to a couple questions. Few at the hospital. How was the blight job? We talked about that. I lived there for 3 years, and Arnold came out to see the job. Oh, no way. That's awesome. No, that's amazing. Loctite. Merlin in Alaska. Loctite. Loctite isn't going to work with wood. If you're asking about like putting solar panels into the wood roof, again, if you travel down the road with an RV, it's a shoebox going down the road like this constantly, and you're hitting potholes, and the whole structure is just being shaken to death, right? And if you were to really look at how wood expands and contracts as it gets hot and cold, constantly through a few years, and the more you travel, the worse it is, right? Everything just gets looser and looser. You can see all the screws in your RV coming out. You start seeing more and more stuff in the kitchen getting loose. And it's the same thing. As that thing just goes down the road, those screws are just going to wobble in that roof. And eventually they just get loose, and then you get enough wind, whoosh, that thing is gone. And so, I've seen more videos of it. I've seen stuff on the news. There was actually not one that long ago, like 2 weeks. I saw one in the news of a solar panel flying off somewhere. I don't know if it's actually in the US, but now that you see these giant superstructures, I just saw another one that was built, the superstructures that go across the top of the RV on top of, the AC units and more. It looks like a good, clean build, but there's nothing to really prevent it from kind of like the shear. There are a bunch of sticks that are going like this with rails across the top. And as you're going, one stick here, one stick here, one stick here, there's no cross bracing anywhere on that thing. So it's all bolted together on top, and it's real rigid. But man, if that thing lets go at one spot, the whole thing goes. It's done. It's over. So a few of us were talking about it, and we're like, it's a good, clean build, did a good job. But I'm just kind of curious as to, after they get going down the roads, a few months into it, or they hit that windstorm where you're traveling 55 or 60 with a 30 or 40 mile an hour wind, you'd better pull over, or that thing might just completely rip off. And being that it's completely stuck together and it's a rigid, that thing is going to come off with some serious weight. And if you're the wrong person at the wrong time, you're probably going to be killed if you're next to that thing. So I like them. I like those superstructures. It's cool. It's a pretty neat idea. But then I also wonder what could happen if that thing really did fly off. So, it's just, you have to think about both sides of it. Hence, the flexible guys for the recreational deal and stuff like that. If one flies off, it'll scratch your car. Maybe it'll crack the windshield. I don't know. It depends on how fast you're going. If you're a motorcycle, but check your stuff, make sure it's up there. But yeah. It's why rooftop AC units always leak too. Yeah, exactly. Again, if your RV is going down the road all the time and wiggling and shaking and just, it's you have to check them. RVs are not cheap to own and all that stuff. But, so smart generator fourth at Chance. Hey, Chance, what's up? I've seen you around lately. Nice. Smart generator 4000, worth it for Delta Pro? Or is it better to buy a ready dual fuel generator for cheaper? I'm assuming regular. So right now, smart generator is like $1,500, right, for the new 4000. And if you want all those crazy automated features, well, then the question's already answered for you. If you just want to, and that's another thing too, is that all the EcoFlow products, if they can do DC charging, then you can use the full power. Are you ever going to use that full power? If you're not, then AC charging at the 1800 watts with it being passed through is going to be absolutely fine. It just depends if you need that extra power constantly. If you're running a 2200 watt load and you need to stay there Well, you can't run a regular generator because then it goes to pass through and it shuts off as that, at that 1800 watts. Versus the smart generators, they can just do DC charging at whatever load, 200 watts, 500, 300, whatever it is, 5000 watts. It doesn't matter because it's DC. So then the inverter and the full functionality and the power of the Delta Pro, Delta Pro 3, or whatever can be used to full potential. Are you going to do that? If you're not, then you don't need the smart generator. Buy something else that's cheaper, that's like a dual fuel. And if you don't want all the smart button app and features and stuff like that, it's like the new smart generator 3000, right? It only puts out 2000 watts of power, and it's not even a DC generator. It's only AC only. And it has smart communication between the smart generator 3000 and new Delta 3 Plus. So many models, 3 Plus, Delta Pro 3, no Delta Pro 2. I don't get it. DPU, but yeah, so I like the smart generator 4000. It's not maybe the best travel unit because it is bigger and heavier. I want to take it out on some trips though and just kind of see how it does. It's a little louder than I was hoping. It's not as loud as some, but a lot of people will think anything is louder if it's not a Honda, but you have to toss that up. What do you want to do? Lug around a big Honda that doesn't have as much power, but it's quiet, but it's super heavy? Or do you want to run around and lug around a Honda that's super small and doesn't have enough power and it's super quiet? So new smart generator is cool, and if you need those features of the DC charging to be able to run those loads without pass through, well, then that's what you're going to have to decide. Being able to start and stop it with the battery disconnected and using the DC, communication cable and using the power from Delta Pro or DP3 to be able to start the generator, that was an ingenious idea because a lot of people who were using the original one and they didn't use it within a month, but it's still trying to communicate, well, then it would die. And then they couldn't, start it back up if they were, they had Wi-Fi at their cabin and they were wanting to start it up to charge or just run for a little bit. And if the battery's dead, well, then you got to drive up there. So that's what's cool about the new one is it can reverse charge, and you can do it with the old one too, because the communication of Delta Pro 3 will do it with the old smart generator and smart Gen 4000. So cool things with that. So if you want to buy it, it's like $1,500 on Amazon Prime right now. Go watch a video, use one of my links, yeah, just, but yeah, so really going to have to see if that's up to you, I guess, manslaughter charge. No, thank you. For what, Brenda? Wow. What happened there? Manslaughter charge for what? Solar panel flying off? Is that what happened? You're going to have to clarify, Brenda, on the manslaughter charge. What happened there? Manual Metallica. No way. I like that. That's cool. Brenda, yes. Yeah, and like I said, this, I think with the flying solar panels, I assume, yeah. If you are negligent in the install and you did the install, just like a guy towing a construction trailer that's a flatbed with a wood plank on it, if that wood plank flies off, this happened actually, this is a true story, with somebody that we lent a trailer to years ago. I actually didn't know them then, but construction trailer, gooseneck, flatbed, wood plank fell off in a crazy windstorm. It was like 50, 60 miles an hour. They determined it as an act of God. The panel just ripped right off the trailer, flew into the air, and it killed somebody. Luckily, there was no lawsuit. But if you are found negligent because you didn't have the solar panel properly installed, professionally installed, you were not doing your maintenance on it, then you are liable. Just like you were liable hooking up that trailer or tow vehicle or whatever it is you're doing, you're liable to make sure it is properly installed. And so I get a lot of flack about the solar panels. I don't really care, whatever, you do what you want. But again, there's pros and cons with using both. Again, if you're going to use flexible ones, use them somewhere where it doesn't get quite as hot. Arizona, New Mexico, even up where I live, and they're just getting baked. Probably not the best situation for you. And if you're going to do solar panels yourself, just make sure that you're checking on them. That's the biggest thing, is to check on them. And like I said, we're going to see more and more flying off. They're going to be in the news more because there's so many more superstructures and a lot more people putting them on vans, RVs, truck campers, anything really, right? So you're going to see more and more of these things starting to fly off and make it in the news. Maybe not in a couple months, but you'll see it in a few years. I give it about 3 years. It'll be like, oh, full solar panel flies off again. Gotcha. Big fan. Thank you, Chance. Right on. Appreciate the content, especially with the RV use. Yeah, Brenda. Oh my God, flying solar panels. Didn't consider. Yeah, I don't stay behind RVs that look questionable that have solar panels on them. When I see them go by, if they happen to cut in front of me, I'm like, oh, look at those big solar panels on that older RV with a questionable roof. I back off. I'm just like, because older RVs, better chance of wood rot, better chance of just, structure integration going down. So the integrity of that unit isn't as good as it used to be. And who knows what kind of maintenance and stuff they're doing. So yeah, when I see that, I'm driving 62, 63, and they're blowing by me at 70, and I look up there and I was like, oh, wow, the solar panel's cool. I start to slow down, depends. But, because, now you're going to think about it too. When you're driving down the road, if any of you guys are the RV crowd and stuff, and you see these RVs, you're going, oh, look at the RVs. And it's like, oh, Johnny was saying about flying solar panels. Oh, yeah, either get out of the way or you pass them in. So, nope, will not. Thank you. But yeah, so that's why I'm trying to find a cool rail mount system that I can hit into the trusses, into my RV, which I was talking to RV Armor about it, and they said, make sure you do this whole rail system and everything you're going to do first before we coat your roof. I was going to do it after. He's all, if you want it to be more structurally sound and kind of, more bonded to the roof and sealed better, do the rails first. And then go ahead and we'll do the roof probably around the spring. So, yeah, so I may do it towards the winter. We'll have to see on that part. But yeah, I wouldn't climb on the roof and party, never. Yeah, I don't climb on the roof to party. I go up there to make videos and to check the structure and clean it. I'm a freak about cleaning my trailer. And because I've been in the business for so long, if it looks new, it sells like new. What if people don't believe me, but it's because I was in the business. I've never lost money on a boat, and I've never lost money on an RV trailer because, one, I buy everything off season, and I always look for trailers or boats or anything that is buyer's remorse. At one point in my life, when I was younger, I was a professional flipper, as you could call it, where I started at 16 or 17, and this is how I got money, which I probably won't say how much money because there might be certain people watching. But I would buy something and I would just sell it for slightly more. And so then you start to realize, oh, this becomes a thing, right? And so then I would constantly look for people buying things and then having seller's remorse or buyer's remorse, and then they would off it. Well, then, of course, I would take advantage of that situation, which it's not my fault, it's business. So I would find that cheaper RV or cheaper boat, and I would work on price, and then I would get it for what I want. And I knew that if I had to resell it and let it go, I could get my hard money back. And that's all I cared about. I didn't care about my time. I just wanted my hard cash back in case I needed it for emergencies or something. And so I was able to, again, be careful with the words, I guess. I was able to turn that into something that was fun, And so, and being in the industry, I knew what to look for. And I tried to tell my friends this and stuff. Do not buy a boat in May. Do not buy an RV trailer in May. You buy recreational vehicles, and that includes anything. You buy everything in the off season. I get it. People don't want to, but that is when you buy a recreational vehicle. You can save a brand new trailer that was 70 grand. Mine, for example, $40,000, 8 months old. It was $70,000 new, and I bought it for 40. I sold the generator for 5 grand, 35,000 invested. Still on the market, it's worth in the 40s. So, and I tell this all the time to people, is that do not buy recreational vehicles in the season. You have to buy them in the off season if you can. And I get it. Not everybody can buy stuff for cash. That's a hard deal. I learned a lot when I was young. from being in those things. And I mean, I was a broke kid. I never had money, at least when I got older. And again, I never went to college, so I had to learn all this stuff. And I was able to turning the paperclip into a Ferrari is kind of what I did, just in my own way, because that was all I knew. I didn't go to school, so I had to learn about money by making it a little at a time. And so that's how I learned all these things. And so when I tell people I've never lost money on a boat or an RV, I haven't. The one I own now will be the first one that I actually lose money on because I utilize it as a tool. Um, it is actually part of the business. So I utilize that as a tool, as a teaching utensil, basically. So this one will be the very first one, which is very hard for me because I'm not used to that. I would have already owned this one for 2 years and boom, I would have sold it. And so if you're looking to buy a boat or a jet ski, dirt bike, whatever, you buy it now. You start looking right now and you start looking and you save them and you can follow the market. You save items that you want to look at and then you'll see what's selling quick and what's not. And if it's not selling quick, especially several of the same kind, you are at a huge advantage right away because people want to move that stuff before they have to sell it, or I mean before they have to store it. They don't want to pay to get it winterized. They don't want to pay the insurance. They don't want to pay the registration. So there's a lot of things they don't want to pay for in the off season when they're not using something. And so that's why between October, November, and December is when you go buy your toys. You try to take advantage of this off time. So just a little bit of, at least that's just how I do it. You guys can do whatever you want, but that's just me. I wouldn't climb on the roof in this. Yeah, I like a ground setup for camping solar. Ground setups are great. I do both because to offset, and that's how I kind of started off was just a couple ground solar panels and one on the roof, two on the roof, five on the roof, couple on the ground. Because if you do park under the shade or anywhere, then all of a sudden your solar is not doing much at all. 1,000 watts up there is bringing in what 50 to 100 watts. Depending on how you have it wired and whatever. But then again, I'm a poppy guy, so I don't mind too much setup. Buy low, sell high. Sounds like me doing my day trading. I tried day trading and I did okay, but it's not my market. So I'm not comfortable with it. I could go buy and sell boats and jet skis and RVs all day long and know exactly what I'm looking for and what I want to do. And I would feel great about it. I could go spend 15 or 20 grand on an item and it would drive my wife nuts, freak out. And I'd be like, and don't worry about it. I already made it, like $1,000 just bringing it home. I would drive like 10 hours to get things, and it's a lot of work, but it's because it's what I knew. So I felt comfortable doing it. And it was weird because you would start off buying something at $100 and then, you sell it. And then you would buy something at 500, 1,000, 1,500, 3 grand, 8 grand, 10 grand, 20 grand. And then you find out where cash is no longer acceptable. Then it becomes everything is different. Financing and cashier's checks and things like that. So then you have to kind of go back down a little bit. Yeah, so it's an interesting game, and I don't really do it too much anymore, mainly because I'm just doing something else in my life and stuff. But you won't. It's a tax write-off. At least the loss will be. Exactly, David. When you can turn anything into a business, and my father-in-law told me years ago, everybody should own a small business, obviously for write-offs and keeping more of your own money, because all they want to do is take more of your money. Constantly there's another new tax, constantly there's another new something, and we're not going to get into politics or anything like that, but having a small business and writing off anything and everything you can that's legitimate or however it is you want to do it is very beneficial for you keeping more of your own money. And the thing is that they let you do it. It's a game. That's all it is. It's a game that you have to play, and the better you know the game, the better off you'll be. And this is why everybody can do this, whether you're making 10,000 a year or if you're making 1 million a year. And I'm just learning again all this new stuff as well because I utilize this as a small business. It's not like I'm making millions of dollars. It's just another way to supplement some income. So I make money from several different sources, obviously from the hospital, from the sales, a little bit from here as well. And so it's just all part of it because there's some people that they make a killing on YouTube, but that's all they do. They live and breathe YouTube 24/7, and they don't have a life. And so some people, it's very easy for them to make tons of money, and then there's other people like, oh, I made $1,000 this month. You're like, oh, okay, cool. So yeah, lots of different things. So but other than that, who else we got on here? Is everybody still in the same groups? Let's see, what do we got? Scooter, love that. Scooter, my dual fuel generator was underwater from Helene. No, you know what? You could probably salvage it. Will it dry out and will it be usable, or is it toast? Okay, so if it was underwater, you have to do some things right away. And that is one, drain the fuel, drain the oil, and get it all flushed out. And what you do is you take out the spark plug and leave the oil cap off and everything. It's going to make a mess and stuff, but get everything drained as much as you can. And as long as it wasn't underwater for 2 weeks, if it was a few days, it could still be salvageable. The electronics might be shot, who knows. Take off the plastic cases and more, and get the water out as quick as possible. So drain the oil, drain the fuel, and take out the spark plug. Start cranking it. So slow. Because with the spark plug you're out, you might see some water start to fly, whatever's left in there, and just crank the thing. Then after you get pretty much all the water out of it, just get some WD-40 and soak that whole thing. Soak it. Just spray it inside the spark plug hole. Spray it all over your carburetor. You're going to have to drain the carburetor too. Make sure you drain that. You may even have to take it apart because if there's like mud in there and all that other stuff. But WD-40 is an excellent water displacer because that's what it is. It's also an excellent cleaner. It's great for electronics. And you can just tear apart the whole thing as much as you can. Spray the electronics, spray the carb, spray inside the motor, crank it over some more, do it again, whatever. And then fill it up with oil and crank it a bunch. Just crank it. No spark plug, just crank it. And then take out the oil and then take out the cap or the plug, drain the oil because the oil is already shot. Okay, now if you can, put more oil in it again, get an air hose and kind of blow out the cylinder. And then you can, if everything's clean and all dry now, because you don't want WD-40 over everything and you're going to start it and put gas. But after you get everything clean, make sure that the fuel tank is clean. Look in there, because I don't know what underwater is. Tons of mud and stuff like that. It can be salvaged as long as the electronics are still good. And most of them are all potted. And a lot of them have sealed connections now, some of the newer ones and stuff. So it depends. It also depends on, is this generator $200 or $300? Is it worth your time, or is it an expensive one? But again, you're going to drain the oil and try to crank it, drain the oil again, fill it, try to crank it. And then you're going to try and add fuel, get it into the carburetor, and now you're going to try to start it. And so you may even want to see if you're getting spark first before you add fuel and everything. So add some oil, put the spark plug somewhere on the cylinder head and ground it, and have somebody maybe crank it over and just see if you're getting a spark. If you're getting a spark, you're in luck because you should have compression and all that. And now you're just trying to get it running again so you can get all the internals lubricated and also blow out any existing water that might be left in the exhaust or anywhere else. And so you may have to tip it after you get all the fluids out of it if there's any water in the exhaust. And it's a pretty straight pipe, so it should come out. So you may just have to lift it up and put the exhaust towards the ground and shake it, get whatever water you can. You can salvage it. Is it going to be worth your time or not? That'll be up to you. And you'll need probably a whole gallon of oil and just drain it and fill it, drain it and fill it. Because, it only, I don't know what generator it is, but it only takes like, a third or a half a quart, depending on the generator you have. So you can still use it. Just it just takes a little bit to do it. I've done it with jet skis tons of times. 2 strokes are a little bit different, but I've also done it with 4 strokes. So you'd be surprised how many people sink stuff and you can bring them back to life. It's funny, the Sea-Doos, they hate water. The engines are junk if you get them in the water too long. Yamaha, Kawasaki, you can sink them in the water, let them sit there for 2 or 3 weeks, come back, get them, drain them out, and they'll run forever. Sea-Doos, they hate the water. They ride the best. Most of the Sea-Doos ride the best. They're great on performance, but Oh man, I tell you, those engines, especially the rotary ones, oh gosh, junk. Um, Scooter says mostly saltwater. Ooh, okay, saltwater is different. Thank you. Was a brand new champion 4650s, which I'm assuming. Saltwater does damage quick, and it can just cause electrical issues galore. It's possible it's going to be a salvage unit. It also depends on how long it was underwater. Again, WD-40 is going to be your friend in a bunch of stuff. How long was it underwater, really? Excuse me. If it was underwater for maybe a few hours, then you might be able to salvage it as long as you go start taking care of it. If it's been underwater for 3 or 4 days and it's now starting to dry out and air out and the water's coming out and you haven't given it any attention, you just kind of set it to the side and looked at it, that water is going to rust the heck out of the cylinders, the crank bearings, the valves are going to be destroyed. So, and then the electrical as well is probably going to be it's going to be done. So saltwater is a different game entirely. I don't buy boats or jet skis or anything that is a saltwater thing, especially an RV that's come from the east. The first thing I look at is the frame. Second thing I look at is the roof. If the frame is rusted, done deal. I don't even buy it. I'm out of there. So yeah. Hopefully, the best works out for you on that. Probably a total loss, but you never know. I mean, let's see. What was brand new 4650 is such a good one. We have a gasoline DeWalt 14 kilowatt. It has 8-hour runtime and 10 gallons of gasoline at 50%. I wondered if a diesel generator would consume less fuel and be more reliable. Scooter Wisdom 4 hours. So you might be able to salvage it, Scooter, but you have to get to it. You can't just let it sit there. The longer it sits, the more it's done. And then the guy from Quebec, a diesel generator is going to have like if you were to do same engine size, like let's say 200cc 200cc diesel engine or whatever, to a gas engine, the diesel is going to run longer. You're going to get more hours out of it, more energy from it per gallon of gas, and you will get longer run times. Generators that run the longest are diesel. The next one is gas. The next one is propane, and the next one is natural gas. Now, the thing is with propane generators not lasting as long, like dual fuel, you're converting a gas generator that can run on both. The thing is that when you buy an actual propane generator, they will last longer than a dual fuel generator because they are designed and built with a little bit of higher compression and hardened valves to be able to run propane only. So they're designed that way. Versus the dual fuels, if you just run propane, let's say you get 5,000 hours out of 2 equal generators, exactly the same, 5,000 hours on gas, 3,500 to 4,000 hours on propane. If they make it that long under the best circumstances, maybe 4,500. It just kind of depends. But I think they said normally it was like 10% less for a propane generator over gas. Diesels last the longest. The only problem is it trying to find a diesel that's not a 14 kilowatt on a trailer that's meant for more industrial use. Those things you see 8,000, 10,000, 15,000 hours on them. We had one a long time ago, just didn't use it enough. It was too big sitting around, so we sold it for a couple grand or something like that. But yeah, it'd be cool to see some diesel generators. You know what? There are diesel generators. I could even get one on the channel. Nobody will buy it. That's the problem, is that they have them over in China. There's a whole bunch of them, actually, different sizes, medium to large, usually around, I think, 5 kilowatts to, and bigger, 5 kilowatts and bigger. And I think for me to buy one, they would be about $600, $500 each, but I have to buy like 10. And so what am I going to do with 10 diesel generators? I could sell them, and then I also have to pay shipping and customs. And so then all of a sudden it becomes a problem. So that's why I never got it. I tried, and it just wasn't going to work out. So customs fees can be crazy, and also shipping from China and having to buy a lot order of a certain amount is really the problem. And that's why you don't see them, again, because diesels are heavier, they're harder to work on. So you never know. I've talked to GenMax about it. I said, hey, how about a diesel generator? And they are thinking about it. Will they ever do it? I don't know. And then people are going to be like, I don't like GenMax, so I'm not buying it anyway. So catch 22. You're darned if you do, darned if you don't. Chance, I usually use my Delta Pros as my power when I dry camp. Darn right. Is it worth buying a LiPo house battery even if I don't have an inverter in my rig? My lead acid only powers the 12 volt. Okay, so here's what you do. When that lead acid dies, that's the last lead acid you ever buy. The new LFP, lithium iron phosphate batteries, are so much better than lead acid by a bunch, even AGM now. And the prices have come down a lot. Like, remember when you would buy like an interstate deep cycle? They're 200, 225. I mean, you see that right back there? You got the EcoFlow battery that just came out, right? So they have, I would buy the trolling motor one. It's like 20 bucks more, but it has 300 amps continuous output for like 30 seconds, which most of the time you're never going to need that. But, you know, hey, why not have it for 20 bucks? Hey. They're coming down like crazy because the competition is now fierce. So you're seeing Lead Time or Dodo, most of the ones that, like, you know, Will Proust does a ton of them. Will. No, he's cool. I've actually met him several times and talked to him a lot. We've hung out at CES and stuff. Totally knowledgeable, you know, tons of knowledge. But yeah, the batteries that are coming out, they're just, you know, they're so good. It's like, why would you ever go back to a lead acid battery? So when your lead acid battery dies, start looking at it. Like right now, look, just get on Amazon right now and go look at the prime deals for some of the name brand stuff, the Lead Time and Joybot. Look at the EcoFlow, see if they came down a little bit more. They're brand new. I don't think they're going to come down that much from about the 250 for the trolling motor one. But I have seen $200 for a 12 volt 100 amp hour battery, $200 with Bluetooth, and some of them are 250, 280 with Bluetooth and a heater. I mean, sorry, I'm shaking my thing, but I mean, that's crazy. That is just, I mean, the price. I mean, the only thing that we're missing really is we're missing lithium iron phosphate batteries in a cranking situation. That's what we don't have yet, and they're so close. Because like me, I own a diesel. So if any of you guys own a diesel truck, when you have a battery die, what was that? Oh, yeah, sorry. Got to make sure I stay in contact with some of the family and stuff. But when you have diesel trucks and two batteries, they die. You have to replace them together. I mean, and those are $225 a piece. That's $500. I used to have a lightweight lithium ion battery in my race jet ski. And that was a huge deal because you went from a 22-pound battery to a 3-pound battery. That's huge weight savings when it comes to racing, and weight is horsepower. And so, and that battery was amazing. It was super small. It was like the size of here. It was like this big. It was about this big, and it was crazy. It had cranking amps that could start a 3-cylinder jet ski, and it was just amazing at how well it lasted. Now, it wouldn't do it very long. You had to make sure that it started because you couldn't just be out there all day long, you know. And as your stuff started relatively quick, then no problem. And it would run a bilge pump just long enough if I needed it to. But yeah, lithium iron phosphate is proving to be so superior, and it's actually, I think, going beyond what most of us are expecting. We were talking about like cycle lives and stuff like that. Oh, make sure you run only 20% down on your battery, only 80% charge rate. And now a lot of us are like, dude, just use it. Use it to 100, use it to 0, just go. Because you know what? It's gonna take forever to cycle that stuff. And more than likely, you'll probably sell it before you ever get to any of that. You know, because the average people keep stuff is like 7 years, right? They're saying 5 to 7 years is what people, you know, buy and sell cars, RVs, trucks, whatever. And most of the time, you know, you buy all this expensive stuff for your RV and then you sell it 4 or 5 years later. Well, you never use those life cycles anyway. So you know what? Just use this stuff, because right now we're all finding out that so far it's doing really good, and we're not getting these crazy memories. Once in a while, yeah, you do need to cycle, whether it's a Delta Pro or whatever. You'll want to cycle it all the way up and down just to get rid of, if there is any memory in there, which sometimes it's more memory that's actually, I think, on the BMS than the actual battery cells. So if you drain it all the way to 0, go to 100%, drain it all the way to 0 again, and then back up, then the BMS will kind of recalibrate and be more accurate. But I am no longer doing the 80-20% rule that, Chevy Volt actually does that, but they're lithium ion. But with the LFP, 100% up and down, just use it, go for it. Because more likely you will never get there. It'll take you 10 years and you're like, oh, now I'm at 80%. 10 years later, you probably sold it. So just use it. Just go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me see what's up. Thank you so much. Diesel group buy. Hey, there you go, Tyler. Yeah, good idea. We could do that. We'd have to get a lot of people together and we'd all have to meet like somewhere at a central location, but yeah. I wonder how the noise is on a 5 kilowatt diesel. Overall diesel generators are quiet though. They hum. They're, because, look at the new, the new diesel trucks maybe isn't a good example because there's so much exhaust and this and that. But overall, you can put a big muffler on a diesel and it'll keep them super quiet. Of course, it does take a little bit of power, but even if you listen to some of the tractors, they're diesel. They're not terribly loud. I mean, you got to consider it's a huge, giant motor in a tractor if you're using like a backhoe or something like that or whatever. Thanks for all the content. Your videos have been very helpful with our EcoFlow setup. Chris K, right on. Glad I could help. Lots of new stuff going to be coming down the line. So yeah, there's always something else I'm trying to help with in, obviously a lot of different directions. Well, not too much, but anything that helps to power you guys, to, keep you powered up, power your world. That's kind of my thing. So meet at Black Butte Lake. That's not far. You know where I live? Are you following me? Yeah, that's not far, to be honest, from me. Water heater in your RV /size, propane, battery, water piping. Most RVs, if you look at a standard RV, they are 6 gallon. A lot of tanks are going to 10 gallon in toy haulers, bigger RVs, the fifth wheels and stuff. Even mine still has a 6. I wish it had the 10 option in it, but it didn't. And when I bought my RV, it was a pretty loaded model, which is why I wanted it. And I got a good deal on it. And you know what's lame is that it was the fully loaded model and all this stuff, and it came with whatever they had at that time. They gave me the cheapest piece of junk fan. The bathroom fan that's like the old 12 volt from 20 years ago. That's what's in there. I didn't get no max air fan that's got a remote or multiple things. It's a 12 volt on off, super loud, doesn't move air at all. It's a piece of junk. It's like, they put all this nice stuff in there and they give me the cheap fan that's loud, and you put a tissue up there and it just kind of falls and you're like, it's so stupid, but I got to replace it. It's been on my to-do list and I forget to do it. Sure, $150 for a fan, I guess. But water heaters. I have a propane electric. It's 6 gallon. I like having both. Some people like the on-demand one. The propane usage is pretty minimal, but if you're an off-grid type of person and you can power it with electric with solar and batteries, then having a propane only one isn't really your best option anymore. I was going to change out and propane it's so minimal. I was like, but you're still using a fuel when you could use electric. And when my electric water heater comes on and off, sorry, I'm bumping the table. It's about a 14 or 1500 watts on, but that's only for a little while. It's like, I'll heat it with propane and electric to get it going and finish it quick. And then I'll use electric when, the AC is not running or something like that. And I'll just leave it on electric for days. And it only goes on and off like every few hours. And so it'll only stay on for 30 minutes. So what is that? 750 watts. And then 4 hours later for the propane water heater, or electric, it's another 750 watts for 30 minutes. So that's not bad. And then the next day you kind of power back up again. And, so it also depends on what's cheaper where you normally are. Like propane for me is $3.50 a gallon. So gas is $4.50 gasoline is $4.50 a gallon, roughly. So it depends what your price is and kind of what you're looking at doing. And a lot of people are using like PEX. They're all using the PEX piping after they get out of the water heater. It'll be like brass when it comes out for a few inches and then moves to PEX, and you just have to get the right clamps and everything. So that way it doesn't slip off and pop off on you. But you buy all that. You can usually buy all that in a kit. I had to get a quiet generator for my neighborhood. Yeah, the diesels are quiet, and again, you're not going to beat the Hondas, but you can buy you can buy a lot of things to make your generators quieter. You can put tents on them, get some boards, other things like that. Um, I thought somebody was actually talking about quieting your generator down. Maybe I missed that, and if I did, I'm sorry. Oh, right here. I tried to get to everybody, but there's a decent amount of comments flying in. Darn it, I lost it. IGAN, small inverted generator tent. Any updates on how effective it's been? That was Kevin from a long time ago, and sorry, I didn't answer that. I'll use it again when the weather comes, and it does help dampen the noise just a pinch. Even though I used a dB meter, it really didn't seem like it. Um, the Gen tent does dampen just some of the surrounding noise, because not all the noise is exhaust. Most of the noise that you hear on a generator is engine noise, and so it's hard to dampen that. The exhaust noise you can dampen completely, and the generator will still be really loud. So it just kind of depends. Yeah, so Gen tent, I like it. I like that iGen Gen tent that I got. I'll use it again probably soon, and it fits most of the medium to smaller generators and the smart generators as well. So it won't fit the smart generator 4000, but it'll fit the other ones, and most of all the Hondas, the small ones, a lot of the Pulsars and all those other little guys. So it fits all that stuff. Sorry, quiet. Reading this one. I live in GV. Oh, GV. Grass Valley. Okay. Okay, David in Grass Valley. Took me a second. I was like, what is that? Gregory Apartment. If a power station has a UPS feature like the Delta 3, can it act as a buffer for a smaller generator? My vacuum in my cabin hits the generator hard at startup. Would Delta 3 in UPS mode fix this? I don't know what kind of vacuum you have or how much power it pulls, but if your vacuum on startup has too much amps on, startup, it's going to trip it. But UPS mode, it's going to be like, bypass, AC bypass, pass through. And so you may want to see, I don't know what kind of vacuum it is, but you may want to check and see what your amp draw is. Because Delta 3 should have enough. Most vacuums are not that crazy powerful, but hey, those Max fans, air fans are nice. Oh, okay? They're only $300. Just went up in price. Wow, just went up in price. What a nice studio. That's my son. If you guys look in the comments section, that's my son over there, Dylan, who just posted. What a nice studio. If you're still here, hi, and I hope everything went well with your college stuff, with the performance. He's away at college, and so it's been different without him around. He's quite a life of a party type of guy, and just a really good kid. When it comes to school and stuff, he far exceeded anything I ever accomplished. Straight A kid, and just always involved, and just and so he's in Ohio studying musical theater, lighting, and design, and so he is a musical nerd, which is fine because I'm a music guy too. I've been a drummer for most of my life. I play acoustic guitar a little bit, kind of a campfire singer guy. And so he's out there studying music. So musical theater is his major, and he's also very, very good at lighting and design, which, for teenagers, it's kind of like they don't do that stuff. Instead of playing video games, he's designing these crazy elaborate lighting and lighting stages and stuff for concert venues. And so he's already talking with people in the industry, which is totally cool. It's cool because he's making connections and networking so early with basically like big concert venues and stuff. So if he doesn't make it as a musical theater major, which he's very smart, he knows that you have to have a plan B, you have to have a plan C, and not everybody makes it in musical theater. But he's actually really good. and not just because he's my son, but just because the teachers and people, and you get feedback, and so I told him, live your dream, go do it, do as much as you can now, and mess up in your 20s because you can always fix it later. You don't want to be messing up too much in your 40s, because you're trying to make sure you're making your steady income. But he has his plan A, his plan B, his plan C, and even a plan D. So I mean, he's ready to go. He's got his scholarships and all his stuff, and I will say that I miss him a lot. And it's hard because he's so far away. He's in Ohio. He's and I'm in California, so I don't get to see him doing what he loves versus when he was in high school. I got to go see him do all his stuff and help, and it's different when your kids are gone. He'll be home for Christmas, so yeah. Sorry. I do miss my boy, and it's just different not seeing him in his room or at the table singing up and down the hallway, and me telling him, just, hey, you need to shut up, I can't hear. Because gosh, but sorry. Anyway, if you're still on, Dylan, I love you, and I hope everything went well tonight. What did I say? Thank you. Arguing with an electrician. Oh, Brenda, yeah. NH, in regards to Delta Pro 3, can that be used as a UPS with an extension cord with the 110 plug to my gas furnace? I have it set up to be able to plug into my small inverter thing. So Delta Pro 3, it can be used as a UPS with an extension cord to your 110 gas furnace. Yeah, because that's what I have. I have a gas furnace. I have it set up to be able to plug into my small inverter. Yeah, you can have Delta Pro 3 set up as a UPS. So you would plug in your, like, if you know the power is going to go out or something like that, but you can't have as long as the power goes out. So the only thing is that with some gas furnaces, you may have to flip the switch for the GFI thing to ground it. Some of them are a little finicky, so you may obviously test it out. Do the whole plug in your furnace to Delta Pro 3, turn the inverter on, let it run for a while, do its thing, and then release the power and make sure it works. To obviously test it, and then to see if it shuts off and clicks. Does it have the GFI thing that might be, because some new water heaters, because they have water, and they're on the garage, sometimes they might want you to be, they can't be on a double GFI. So they might have already done like the ground fault circuit indicator somewhere on the water heater itself. So you may need to check that to make sure you don't have to move the button that's inside of the app, which would be basically like, grounding it, bonding it. So check that out. Tyler, some camper accessories are so expensive. Had to replace a little hatch door, and it was like listed. Oh, I know, right? Some of them are just so spendy. What is up with that? Generator in the 5,000 to 6,500 range with 240 volt output, an electric water heater, and would like to have hot water during outages. Guaranteed, right? So Champion just released a new 5,500, and GenMax has their 7250 that's coming out, the newer update model. Westinghouse has their I don't remember which model. I think it's a 7,500. And then Duramax has that nice one too, that 7,500. I'm going to have to look at a couple of those bigger ones because there's a lot of new ones that have just come out. And I was actually trying to recommend one to a friend. They're not even listed anymore because they're all sold out for good reason. Everybody's over in everybody in the hurricane areas, they're all gone. So you go looking for them, they're not even listed anymore because they're just sold out. So they unlisted them until they get them back in stock. But let me just take a quick peek at that Duramax that just came out, which that one seemed like it was which one was it? And that's the thing. You also have to determine what you want. Do you want an inverter generator or not? An inverter generator can also be an open frame. It's not just an enclosed frame. All it is that the power that it puts out has nothing to do with the frame that it's in. And so you can get an open frame inverter, and it'll be a little bit louder, but normally they're way cheaper. They're lighter, and they're also a lot easier to work on. So if you still need clean power, you can get one that's like, a hybrid that's still an inverter or whatever, that's in an open frame. So you just have to look. But Duramax has a 5,500. They have where's that new 7,500. They have the 12.5. They have those bigger ones. Yeah, you may have to. I want to find a. I want to start doing a few more for the home backup in that range from 55 to like 75 or maybe 10,000. Because you know you can get like the Predator 9,500s and stuff like that that are open frame and closed frame and more. For but some of those are not dual fuel. So if you want dual fuel or tri-fuel, that's the thing, trying to find everything in one and what you want, because just an enclosed inverter generator is super expensive, normally double the cost, right? Instead of 600 to 1,000, you're paying 1,500 to $2,000. So it just depends if you really want it quieter. You can still find plenty of inverter generators now that are open frame, a lot lighter and a lot cheaper. So just has to, you just have to kind of shop around a little bit. But I want to start looking at more. And Champions come out with some new ones as well. They have a new, they have the new 55, 6,500. They have a new, I think they have a new 11,000, a 13, a 85, 8,000, 8,500, something like that. Or there are so many that have come out in the last just couple months. I can't even keep track anymore. It's kind of crazy. And most of the ones I have been doing, honestly, have been the ones that are, more for travel and stuff, that are more portable. So I should start looking into more of the home units as well, because I have had several people asking. So I will probably start getting some home units. That way we can look into a few of those, because some of my friends have them as well. They already have like the Westinghouse 75s. You can go to, get the, shoot, what do you call those ones at Costco? The Furmans. They have a bunch of the Furmans there, which, the thing is about Costco, you can take a dead Christmas tree back and they'll take it. So that's one of the benefits of buying there, but they only offer like the one line. So, but a lot more of those that are in that 5,500 range and above, pretty much once you get to 5,500 watts and above, you'll start seeing almost all of them have like a 240 volt option. So that's at least nice. Sunshine, Blind Surfer was live, or I'd been here sooner. Blind Surfer. Now my battery is on the way out. Who's Blind Surfer? I don't know Blind Surfer. Major left-handed freshman. So yeah, I may have answered it, but yeah, my Dylan is a musical theater major. I'm left-handed. He's left-handed. He's right-handed. My wife is left-handed. I'm left-handed. I think he's right-handed. Oh man. Yeah, I think he's right-handed, and he is a freshman in college. All right. Let's see, Sunshine. Nice. Good video might be noise testing different size generators on the same load, like 2005 might be quieter than a 3,500 due to load RPM. Yeah, that's the thing, is that again, most of the generators, the noise comes from the engine, not just the exhaust. The engine noise is quite a bit more on an open frame, because you don't have all that shielding around it, and so it's hard to dampen that, which is why if you see a lot of new vehicles, a lot of new cars like the diesels and stuff, they have so much engine padding and cladding and things to help dampen that noise to make them quieter, because just the engine itself, with pistons going up and down, exploding, making noise, that clap sound, pow, and then the crank, and then lifters, all that stuff makes noise. That's why you see all these new generators have all these plastic cladding around it to make it as quiet as possible. And you can only put certain size mufflers on things, because there is something called back pressure. As the exhaust wave goes in and out, you have to make sure that doesn't change too much. I mean, it's weird on 4 strokes. It's a little different. 2 strokes is totally different as well. But the back pressure can add or take away service hours from your generator if the back pressure is too high. So it can shorten the life of your engine a little bit. So there is a balance of having, the right size muffler that moves enough air in and out when that sound wave goes back and forth, with a piston going up and down, and there's a lot more to it. So it's hard to get all that stuff. It's a pain. Main things I'm looking for are dual fuel 240 volt and would like to stay under 200 pounds. Love your content and thanks for answering the questions. Yeah. The Duramax has several. I would look into a few of those lines on the new ones they came out with, and even man, like Duramax, Champion. I mean, they all came out with so many this year. I was at National Hardware Show in Vegas. AI Power came out with a bunch, and I'm starting to like them more and more, along with the Duramax models. But even the GenMax too, it's hard to choose which one's going to be a good model, because you don't know what's good when it's new. Like the new Chevy trucks, the new Ford trucks. Oh, are those good trucks? Nobody knows because they just came out. So if it's a new engine, a new model, it's going to take about a good at least 6 months, maybe a year before we really get good data on if it's an actual good model to buy. Kind of like the Predator 5000. After it has now been out several months, it's just not a good generator. I still see too many problems with that one, like the Westinghouse 4500 as well. It just seems like I thought they would fix them by now. I felt, okay, a few months down the road, they'll get them fixed. And I still see people complaining constantly. But then you see the other side where I've had my Westinghouse 4500 forever and it's ran great. And I have, 3,000 hours on it. You're like, so it's hard when people ask me, hey, is this new generator good? So far, yes, but I don't know the long term. Just like anything that's brand new, you just don't know until it's been out for a while. So, I mean, all I can do is make recommendations and say, hey, this company has been good. This is a motor that's in different models that have been around for about a year or so. So it has a decent track record. So that's kind of what I go off of. When I find a generator, sorry, I'm looking over here. When I find a generator, I'll try to see if that engine is used in another model because, again, so many things are made in China. They're all using the same engines, right? Some of the things that change is like the electronics, inverter boards, and more. And so what you'll find is that if you see a 224cc engine in one generator and you see it in another and another and another, and then you find out, oh, that engine is made from Dakar, they're all using the same engines, and you're like, oh, okay, because that's what's in the Predator is the 224cc engine in the Predator 5000, 224cc engine inside the Westinghouse 4500, and those are the ones that are having issues. So then you're like, okay, well, is it the engine? Is it the specific electronics or whatever? So it is hard to find, certain new generators that are what everybody wants. I want 240 volt. I want tri-fuel. I want it to be this and I want it to be that. And you're kind of like, it's like, well, is this a good one? I hope so. So far it's good, from the reports that I'm getting back from the several people that have it. But 20 or 30 people is not 5,000 people that can give honest feedback. And so it takes a while for me to get those comments going through mine, me looking at other channels who have reviewed that generator, see what other people have said. And then also, getting the reviews on, Amazon, Home Depot, and more, and checking all those places to draw those conclusions. So it's tough. So again, I try to go with brands that also have people that work on them, like Champion and Win are typically, the places where you can find the little mom and pop shops that will work on them who have made an account with Win and Champion to do the warranty work. And so you have to call around your local area. So again, those are really things that you have to kind of look for. Is a lot of pieces go together to try to find a good generator, or you just buy one and hope for the best. And everybody's budget is different. Some people that go on below $1,000, they don't care. Even though I have more money than I used to, I still think about it's like, do I want to spend the money on this, or can I find something a little bit cheaper and a little bit better, but not the cheapest thing on the on the lot? So. Even though you didn't recommend it, I love my Westinghouse 4K dual fuel. Now, David, is that the 4K dual fuel that just came out recently, or the 4500 back? Now, here's one thing that's interesting, is that the Westinghouse 4500 dual fuel, I do not hear hardly any issues with that one. And the Cummins Onan, which is the same thing, just a sticker, same motor and everything, but the inverter board I think is different. I don't hear really any problems with that one, but most people don't buy it because it's like $300 more than the same thing in a blue box. But yeah, the Westinghouse 4500 dual fuel, I always ask, hey, what problems is it? Is it a dual fuel or a gas? And everybody says gas. I hardly ever see problems with the dual fuel. So what did they change? What's different? Same engine, just or is it a different inverter board completely? And that's what's causing the problems. So it's so weird. And see, that's why it's so random is that the dual fuel is great, the gas is junk. I don't know. So yeah, interesting things that you find with different models and brands. Um, no, the 4.5. Sorry, is yours a dual fuel or? Oh, no, it is a dual fuel. Yeah. See, so yes, very poor assembly on the electronics board, but easy to fix and super quiet. It is a quiet generator. It wasn't the quietest, but it was pretty close. From the ones that I have tested, the for the medium sized generators, that are kind of the bigger ones, the 4500 Champion was the quietest at the medium and lower loads, quieter than Predator by like a consistent 0.25, 0.5 dB, right? And only the meter is going to pick that up. You're not going to be able to hear that with your ears because sound pressure is, people talk about linear and whatever, but to make it simple, when you talk about decibels, 3 dB and another 3 dB doubles the sound pressure. It doesn't double the noise that you hear. Humans typically will not hear a difference in sound levels until at least about 5 decibels to where, unless you're constantly paying attention to it, but they won't notice a difference until about 5 decibels. Because if you're standing here having a conversation and I slowly trick something up, you're not really going to pay attention to it until it's about 5 dB louder, and you're going to be like, gosh, that seems loud. That's kind of usually how that works as far as humans perceive, or the perspective of it, I guess, is that humans won't really notice a noticeable increase in sound until about 5 decibels, even though the sound pressure level changes every 3. It's a double on a sound pressure meter, because that's what SPL is. It's sound pressure levels. Hold on, I got to check something real quick just to make sure, because there's something here I need to look at real quick. Excuse me for just a quick second. I'm checking cameras. Sorry. Okay, interesting. Because I am in the back. And okay, so here's a story. This is an old bowling alley, right? This is an old bowling alley, and we converted it. And we still have, like, our main conference table is actually a lane, and just part of a lane, which is totally cool. And we have water bottles at the end of it that look like bowling pins. But when you are here in the evening a little bit, there are times where, like just now, I heard the door chime. And so I was checking the security cameras. And because somebody came in and out, the only time it chimes is when somebody comes in. And so I wanted to check to see what it was. And they are gone. But I think it was the cleaner person who comes in and cleans and stuff. They were picking something up that they needed, and I forgot they were coming, so I was kind of freaking out. But there are also times where I've been here late, and then I'll be leaving, and I hear these weird noises, and it's just kind of weird. So notice the Ghostbusters pack back there. I'm ready, just in case, But it's just weird because I have heard weird things sometimes when you're here at night. And, and somebody said that, did you hear the bowling pins? And I was like, no, I haven't heard that. But I have heard just, I don't know. I've heard weird stuff. And sometimes you kind of look and you're like, oh, what was that? And so then I'll check the security cameras and things. So, yeah. But hence I got the Ghostbusters pack back there ready to go. And yeah, it works. It doesn't shoot a flame or anything like that, which is a bummer. Maybe I can make it do that someday. But that's actually like more of a legit replica, not the one you get at the Halloween store, but the ones that you buy. They're worth like $1,500 to $2,000 depending. It came with a bunch of accessories and stuff, and it makes all kinds of cool noises. It does all the stuff. I always wanted one as a kid, and some guy had it locally for sale. He was hard up for money, and so I got it real cheap. And I checked; he had all the certificates with it, and all that stuff. So yeah, it just, I don't know. I wanted it, and I figure I'll keep it for a couple years or so, and I don't know, just do something with it. I bought a 20-year-old military 5 kilowatt diesel Jenny. Average Joe. Yeah, darn right. If you can find those, and if you have the property to do that, which I actually might be moving soon, just out on the outskirts of my city a little bit. Trying to find another house, which It's hard to leave a house when you have such a low interest rate, but I'd like to get out of the house that we're in now because I would like a little bit more room. And we've always kind of wanted to live just on the edge of the town where the kind of more the country starts. We just can't quite do it yet. And so, because one, I don't want to go from a really low interest rate to the ones that are right now. They're crazy. But yeah, I didn't know Average Joe was in here. He's also got a YouTube channel too. If you guys, he's got some cool stuff. Joe. Um, I have been finding that it's better and more cost efficient to buy a propane generator than solar when RV dry camping. Well, um, to buy a propane generator. So here's the thing is that everybody's budget is totally different. And if you're going to go out and buy solar, and then buy batteries and all that stuff, your upfront cost is way higher. Your long-term cost, if you keep it, and your return on investment will then maybe be less or equal out in a longer run. That's the thing is that most people, they want to have like kind of instant returns. It's like when you buy solar, when we sell solar here, you don't get instant returns. It's a long-term game. It's just like the stock market. You have to put money in to see that return on investment, and then eventually you will get it back. But it's going to take 3, 4, 5 years, 7 years to see that. And so buying a generator up front and just buying propane might be your cheapest option, to where if that's all you're going to do and you only use it once in a while, then do that. Do what's cheapest. Don't go buy all this expensive junk. I mean, well, it's not junk. It's just it suits other people's needs. It's a tool. That's all it is. If you don't ever do this stuff, then don't buy it. Because there's a lot of money that could be spent elsewhere. Spend it in the stock market, or invest wisely and properly. If you have extra money and you know what your 5 to 7, 10-year goal looks like, and you want to be able to, stop using so many fuels like propane and gasoline, and you know that this is the house that you're staying in forever or whatever it is, then start investing slowly, or just do it all at once when you find a super sale and you're done. And then after a couple years, you start to get the return on investment. So that's one of those things that people say, oh, you bought this $5,000 thing and what a waste. And so, well, it might be valuable to some people and they will see those returns later, but you're not going to get it tomorrow or in 2 months. You're going to have to wait a little bit. Just like the stock market, put $10,000 in there and come back in 5 years, you're going to see some growth. It's not going to be millions, but if you put 100,000 in, it's obviously going to be a higher growth. So again, you just have to consider what is best for you and what works best, because everybody's situation is different. Hence, I try to review stuff that is, if I can find cheap stuff that's going to fit that market, I try to find that. And then I try to do stuff a little bit more in the mid range and stuff that's more in the expensive range. That way you kind of fit everybody that's out there. Because everybody's financial situation or needs are always going to be different. So it's nice to be able to, find stuff that suits everybody's needs. And, again, just buying a generator for backup power is your cheapest option right up front. Boom, you get a generator and that's it. But again, if you only have a generator and you're sitting there running a refrigerator that's 150 watts for 30 or 40 minutes, but you leave your generator just constantly running for 8 hours, you're burning a ton of fuel for no reason. Hence, again, having a battery backup system, whether you build just a battery with a small inverter and just a charge control, a charger, that way you can charge it up with solar and also a generator, or having a power station that's all in one ready to go, which is simple and easy, and they're coming down in price. That's where you can then have kind of the best of both worlds. And that's what I try to tell people to buy in my local area. It's like, hey, if you don't want to buy a solar system and you don't want to buy a battery backup system, you don't have to. Don't buy the Tesla battery. Don't buy the Enphase battery system. Just buy, a generator and a smaller backup battery system. That way the generator isn't constantly running, burning fuel, oil changes, adding hours and everything. You're just offsetting it. That's all you're doing. And you just have to find what's going to work best for you, right? So tons of cool things you can do. Let's see. Good old phantom noises. Darn right, Joe. I know. Cool. A neighbor had a bowling alley countertop. Yeah, I know. It's cool. We have one. We actually have part of our. We have a bar back there. That's also part of the bowling alley lane. But no, it's cool, Joe. I don't mind you stopping in. I like to give props because everybody has a different audience. Some people like me and some people don't, and then some people like Joe and maybe some people don't, or maybe everybody loves Joe. I don't know. But it's just like a TV show. You like who you like, and and you don't like who you don't like, and so that's why there's always another TV show out there to watch. And sometimes you watch both or all of them. And that's why that's what's nice about having different audiences and different people. Oh, Joe, he likes me. Yeah, I like you too, Joe. I don't watch your stuff though. I'm kidding. I'm more of the secret watcher. I don't let people know I've been watching. um, let's see here. My interest rate is 2.5% from Chance. Yeah, mine's 2.8. I think like 2.75, 2.8. So that's hard to leave because if you're paying 5 or 6, yeah, your bills just go up, So it's hard because when you can take that extra at 2.8%, you can really take your extra money and invest it more into your retirement. You're going to get a better return, right? So, if you have a low interest rate like that and you have some extra funding, dump it into that Roth IRA or something to just get a little bit of return on it. Any money is better than no money into a, some kind of something. WD Glock and Roll. Howdy, y'all. Any thoughts on Duramax generators? Duramax, yeah. Nothing wrong with the Duramax. What's funny is that Dinkin Power or GenMax, they used to make some of the Duramax models. I don't exactly know which ones, but it was more years ago. They've now moved on to using Dakar engines for most of the Duramax engines or Duramax models anyway. It's funny because if you go to Champion or you go to Duramax, they may use Dakar for these, and then they may use Ratto Engineering for these, or they might use like Lonson or Zonzen engines. Or it's funny because as they go from like a 80cc, 150cc, and those different types of generators, like the whole 80cc might be one line, one engine brand, but it still might say Champion. And then Champion goes to their new one, like the 4000 that just came out, and it's entirely different engine from a entirely different company because Champion doesn't build them. Nobody builds them. They just say, hey, we would like a 4,000 watt generator that's this and this and this. They say, this is what we're kind of looking for. Okay, we'll build you something. Here you go. It's yellow with your name on it with specifications that we won't sell to anybody else. That's all it is. It's just Champion offers a better customer service than most people out there, and you can do some warranty and stuff like that. That's why it's usually one of the better brands, along with Win. Duramax is the same. They have customer service in a lot of different places. So Duramax has, a lot of places where you can get your generator service. And even then, most shops, small shops, the little engine shops that work on chainsaws and stuff like that, they will work on your generator for the basic stuff. They will do your basic maintenance, your basic tune-ups, valve adjustments, replace a pull cord, things like that. They may not get into the more kind of hardcore detail stuff because they know they may not be able to get parts as easy or something like that, which if you take a look at parts, you can find a lot of stuff on AliExpress. eBay is a huge one. I find all kinds of stuff on there. It's amazing. Even like Walmart, just do a search on Walmart for, Predator 3500 display. You'd be surprised where you find it. I found it on Amazon. You can buy like the Predator 3500 display. It comes with a whole thing, right? It's like trying to buy power station parts right now. They're so brand new, you can't really get any parts if you damage something. So that stuff is a little bit harder. But yeah, Duramax generators, most of them are good. It's kind of like Ford, a decent amount of them are good. Some of them are bad. So it just depends. Seems like the hybrid setup is cool. I wonder if anyone else will follow EcoFlow and that kind of an integration. Yeah, Tyler, I bet you're going to start seeing more and more of that because they want to sell systems, right? And the more you can sell, that's the whole thing behind like Apple, right? You buy this, you buy that. They want you to keep staying within the Apple family. And the same thing with GenMax. If they can kind of continue to make certain things to integrate like GenMax, right? They're the first ones to come out with a generator that you can put in parallel and, double your amperage, or you can now put them in a series and double your voltage. Nobody else could do that. There's another company that now can. I think Westinghouse basically bought the same technology or stole it. There's nothing against stealing things in China. They don't care. But now they can do it too. And, and that's the thing when I tell people, parallel and series, if you're doubling your amps, it doesn't matter if it's A generator, doesn't matter if it's a battery, doesn't matter if it's a solar, it's the same thing, right? You're doubling your amperage if you're putting it in parallel. Same thing with the solar panels or the batteries. It's all the same. If you put it in series, you're doubling the voltage. That's all it is. So just if you wanted to kind of streamline some of those processes. So make sure nobody else is out there. So, yeah, XP 7000 seems like everything I want. I think that was the one I was trying to remember earlier. We were talking about the XP 7000. Let me double check and make sure that's the one I was looking at. Yeah, that one right there. That's that one's a new one, along with the Duramax 11,000. Those are brand new and look bad. I wouldn't mind getting my hand on those. They also had the Beast unit, which was like that 16,000. And GenMax has the new big one. They have the new 17,000, which they're coming out with 3 models of that. The gas version, the tri-fuel version. I have a picture of it. You want to see a picture of it? I'm not allowed to show anybody, because I do talk to GenMax and we talk back and forth and I give them feedback, because I want them to try to build something that people want. That's going to be beneficial for everybody, because they'll ask me, hey, what about this? I'm like, nobody's going to buy that. Who wants that? It's like, I don't want that. But here, let me show you. I don't think they're on here, so I'll just I'll show you what it looks like. I'm not allowed to show anybody. Oh, here it is right here. Okay. You may not be able to see it real good, but this is the brand new tri-fuel. There it is. Look at that, right? See, it's a good thing you guys are here, because you're seeing stuff that nobody else will see. It's kind of cool, right? So new tri-fuel. And so this is the big 17,000 that they said this one I don't think is going to hit market until I think it's next year, early next year. And the reason some of these you'll see them early in a show is because they're releasing the model to build the hype. Obviously, it's just marketing like anything else. But then they have to finalize production, and then they have to get certification, and then they also have to do all this stuff with importing it over here. There's a lot to getting stuff, certified to come over here. And then, what's funny too is that if there's anybody who's stop in later, sweet. If there's anybody who's looking for a generator and you can't find it on Amazon, go to Walmart. That's where I buy all my stuff in California. They sell it. Amazon likes to play games. I can buy the exact same generator at Walmart that I cannot buy on Amazon. I know, it's kind of dumb, because Amazon likes to kind of make their own rules when it comes to certain things, which, it's easy to buy stuff on Amazon, but it's just as easy to buy stuff on Walmart sometimes. And here's a little tip, is that if you buy something from Walmart, you can take it back. You just have to make sure you know how to do it. And what you have to do is you have to drain all the fuel out of it and get your air gun and blow out the gas in the tank and make it smell like, it can't smell like nothing. It has to smell pretty much like either rubbing alcohol. You just put alcohol in there after you drain the thing, and you blow it with an air gun. And if it doesn't work, and then you can take it back, because then you can say, well, there was no gas in it. I only used propane. And you drain the oil, and then you take it back in the original box, and they will take it back because they have to, because it's under warranty. So there's a little tip that a lot of people don't know. Sorry about that. I don't know if you guys see me kind of come and go right there, but yeah, so I watch you because you're so damn thorough. Half-ass drives me berserk. Right on, Sunshine. I like that. The Furman Model 30 dual fuel is a great generator. I haven't heard much bad on some of the medium size Furmans. The little one, man, those things seem like they had a ton of issues. So would love to see some Anchor 3800 and using DC power supply plugged in a generator to charge Anchor F38 while outputting 240. So let me take a peek here. So I don't have the Anchor 3800 anymore. That went bye-bye. And using DC power supply, which you can get DC power supplies into generator to charge Anchor while outputting 240 volt. So you can, do I have one? I don't have one. I don't have one here. You can get a DC charging supply. So basically it's you can take AC power and convert it over to DC, and you can run literally just MC4 connectors right out of it, and then plug it into that's like how a lot of us get by the charging limits, or sometimes the bypass or pass through charging and stuff. Is that you can use these power supply units I wish I had I can show you what it looks like, but and so it just takes AC power, it turns it to DC. It's a converter, it's all it is, and it basically allows you to charge your Anchor device, your EcoFlow to any power station, doesn't matter, and you just plug it into the solar, and it thinks that solar power is coming in because it sees a certain amount of voltage, it sees a certain amount of amps, and then all of a sudden solar power is coming in because it's being provided from the generator from AC, and then it's going to DC. So then you can still use your power stations at full capacity because it just thinks it's solar. There's no communications in this stuff. People are like, oh, well, I can't do this or I can't do that because if I plug it into this generator, it won't do this. Well, there's no communication in the cable. The only one that has communication is the EcoFlow smart generator. So, yeah, DC power supply. Let me see if I can just kind of punch that up real quick and see if I have one of these. But they're super cheap. They're not very expensive at all. They just take 110, 120 volts and then they give you DC power. It's basically just what this one looks like here. This one's only $20. I'd probably buy something a little bit better. But you plug that into AC. You have to do a little manual wiring, but yeah, so over here you have AC and DC connections. It takes AC power from your generator and then puts out DC power, and it thinks it's solar is all it is. And so then you're not limited to that one only does 360 watts, but some of them will do about 800 watts and such, and you can get some real elaborate ones too that can do even more. But that way you can use your power station to its full potential, versus when you're RAC charging it, sometimes it shuts off, like on the F3800, it would shut off basically, I think, all of the AC output except for 3 plugs that were UPS. And that was 120 volt. And that's a problem with, like, also if you're using an EcoFlow unit and you charge it with AC, well, then it goes into bypass. And so it can only output 1800 watts. And so if your generator can only handle 1500 watts and you're trying to use 1800 watts, it won't, because the generator can't handle it because it's pass through. So, and that just means that if you have 1,000-watt load, well, then the rest of the 800 watts is going to go charging the battery. If you have an 1,800-watt load and the generator is providing 1,800 watts, so it's just passing right through and not charging the battery at all. So having DC setups like this that I just showed you allows you to kind of cheat the system a little bit in certain ways. And I've seen people run 2 of them. If you have dual solar inputs, they'll put one in each one and just run it off of the generator, because the generator can handle the load, right? So I've seen people do crazy elaborate DC setups, which is really cool. It's kind of a cheater trick, which maybe I should show you guys, because I don't know, maybe that is more important than I thought it was. I always recommend a generator, 2 LiPo batteries, inverter charger, solar for RVs. Most people only take out RV twice a year, and never a gas generator, only use propane. And that's from David again. Yeah, let me see. Just looked at, yeah, that's that stuff in later. Sorry, I was going backward a little bit. So why are there California banned generators that are available to get in Walmart? Yeah, why are there? Isn't that weird, right? Because from my standpoint, there's a lot of times where I see the same generator, same engine, exact same dual fuel. You know why? It's because they didn't pay for the CARB sticker. It's CARB, and that's all it is that you have to pay for that sticker. And that's why there was such a big lawsuit with Honda, is they didn't meet the EPA emission standards and they didn't pay for the CARB sticker. So they were sued. When was this? It's been a while. 2010, I think. Honda was sued for $10 to $15 million, and they had to pay back California a certain amount of money. Maybe it's a little bit later, but that's why you saw all the Honda generators go away inside of all the stores. So they're no longer in Home Depot. They're no longer in Lowe's or anywhere else because of that lawsuit. They pulled them all and they said, heck with you, California, we're out. And so you can't buy, the Honda generators inside of Home Depot and anything anymore. I almost did a video on that, but nobody probably care. But the ban that's coming in California in 2028 is if feasible. With the amount of natural disasters we've had, even though it's passed, it can still be, like vetoed or gone or whatever. because with the amount of natural disasters they've had, they've realized that the battery stations and solar generators or power stations are not quite enough yet to equal the size of a gas generator. You have to have a portable gas generator and a portable a portable power station and a portable gas generator basically be equal, and they can't yet. Someday, maybe, yeah, they will. If this one can run for 8 hours and put out 1,000 watts, well, the power station needs to do the same on a gallon of gas or whatever it is. That's what they're trying to equal. It's not there yet. Will it happen? Yeah, sure, someday. 5 years, 8 years, 10, who knows? So it's possible that California ban could be superseded for certain things, like gas generators only. Maybe not water pumps or other types of things like the lawnmowers. Those are pretty much gone. You won't, which is fine. I think you can buy a ton of lawnmowers still. I've seen a lot of gas lawnmowers, but yeah, that bill could get, or at least that particular law could change. Who knows? The seagulls are flying. Yes, there's a storm on the sea yesterday. A storm was on the sea now and comes down to devour you and me yesterday. And the storm was far away now, and it's here to stay. Remote management. I don't know anything about you, bud. CARB is a money grab by the state. Sorry. Darn right. The only thing I do like, and this is just my own personal opinion, is that when I was in Oregon, I did realize that there's a lot of diesel trucks up there, and they are deleted or whatever, and so you smell all the diesel fumes and stuff. I remember driving up there, and I was just like, gosh, I remember this smell. And after driving through the traffic and everything for a while, it's like I kind of don't miss that smell. And so in California, you don't have a lot of deleted vehicles. And like my truck, right, all the new diesels, when you fire them up, they're ultra clean, cleaner than most gas cars. I'll admit, if you've been in California long enough and you've seen the change from how smoggy and nasty it used to be to where it is now, it is quite a bit better. I mean, so it's helping. Also, the cars are just, the technology is way better. They run more efficient. They get better miles per gallon. So do I agree with a lot of the stuff in California? No, but some of the stuff is nice. I mean, but there's still, yeah, we won't talk about any of that stuff. It's sad, But, of course, if they don't get your money one way, they're going to get it another. That's why you got to have a small business and write off everything that you can. Darn those guys. Yeah. Furman makes good. Yeah. Furman makes their own parts, correct? No, not that I know of. I don't know of Furman making any of their own parts, because I was trying to figure out, I got to get another one. Furman engine manufacturer. I forget what engine they're using. They're from China as well. They're all from China. Are they from? I'm pretty sure they're China. Furman engine manufacturer. I'll have to do some more research on where they are actually at. If they're, it says Sumic Group, but you never know. That could be divisions. There's so many divisions inside of each, like Champion Power Equipment, right? So there's so many divisions in that, because this line might be made over here, this line might be made over here, and it's really hard to figure it out. But it says Sumic Machinery is headquartered in Nanjing, China, and has a North American operations in Atlanta, Georgia. They're known for portable generators designed to be safe. This is just kind of a quick overview until I find that engine stamp and look at the serial number and the CARB number and all that stuff. Then I can track down its country and address of origin. And that's how I do that, to figure out where they're all coming from. Because a lot of people are like, how do you know it came from there? I was like, it's right there on the engine. You just got to look it up. Sometimes it's a pain in the butt. You can't always find out where these are from because of the engine stamp on there that says, GPS CS 149.DCR whatever. It's kind of and then it's a treasure hunt from there to go find out where is it exactly made from. They may say it's made in America or built here in Georgia or whatever it is. It's China. What's made in America anymore? Nothing, except those gas tanks in Florida, right, that I talked about earlier. Darn right, those guys are doing something. So that's nice, at least. Yes, I'm in my 40s. I remember the rain was a thing in LA. Acid rain. Yeah, right. We're supposed to have acid rain. We're supposed to be out of oil. We're supposed to all that stuff back in, I'm 40s, I don't mind early 40s. I don't want to go the rest of the way. It's inevitable, but I don't, Max Heating Rods 4000 GT is at $799 at Walmart. Dual fuel. That's not bad. Um, you see how they did that? They went down $1 to show you the 7. That's a sales technique. Um, it's just like whenever you buy something that's 1,099, it looks way more appealing at 999, right? Um, or 899 or whatever. That generator used to be 1,099, and they were always, and it's funny, sometimes Prime days are not good days. I've seen sometimes where Prime Day, the couple days before, like 5 days before Prime Day, all the stuff is at high price. And you'll see like that generator at 899, 999. And just 3 weeks ago, I swear I saw it at like 749 or 799 like it is now, 3, 4 weeks ago. And I was like, wow, that's the cheapest I think I've seen it. And then literally a few days, because I was researching to see what were going to be good deals. And I was like, wow, that thing's like 899 or 1,009 or whatever it was. I was like, that's really expensive. Why did it go up? And then all of a sudden they bring the price back down. Oh, good deal. So the only thing that I've really seen that have been good deals is that there have been a couple generators, not many actually. The gas version only was on sale for a bit. Champions, they hardly ever go on sale. They don't really do much with their generators being cheap. Solar panels, super cheap. Go take a look. The Renogy bifacial that just came out, super cheap. Some of the JJN solar, some of those ones are super cheap. The Renogy 400 watt portable that I've been using, I love that thing. Best solar panel out there for portability by far, and it's finally cheaper. It's still not a cheap panel overall for most people, but the 220 is the same thing. It's also super cheap right now. It was I forget what the price is. Go look. Somebody find out. But yeah, that Renogy is by far the best portable panel now. It doesn't put out as much as other 400s, but you're talking a couple watts. But like the EcoFlow one sucks to set up, no fun. And not nearly as easy to set up and take down. This thing is quick. So if you're looking for a portable panel, the Renogy one that just came out, those two new ones, the rigid, the semi-rigid, those things, the more I use them, the more I love them. I've taken them on a couple trips, and dude, you just boosh, you put them out, you flip out the tabs, done. You just can't find that with a lot of other ones. They all have these little stands and this and that, and they might perform like a pinch better, but it's not worth the hassle to set them up and take them down. So that is one thing I've really found with those Renogy panels, the semi-rigid ones, solar suitcase. Those things are super cool. I hope they last a long time. I've already beat them up, the one of them anyway. I've been just leaving it outside. I took it to the lake. I took it on another trip. So I've been just kind of, I'm not being easy on it. The only thing is, it is a little bit big. So storage wise for some people, but if you're looking for something a little smaller, the 220 is really ideal. I know a lot of people bought those because they said the 400 was too big, so they bought two of the 220s. Yeah, so if it was based on tailpipe emissions, I would say yes, but a carb sticker on a cold air intake is crazy. I'm in my 40s, max speed around this. Tyler Johnson, my little bona fide fishing kayak might write my own city. Pretty rare to find true USA made. What used to be made in the USA a lot that you don't see so much anymore? It's Briggs and Stratton. I have a lawnmower. I'm going to do a video on it. I'll tell you guys right now. I have a Briggs and Stratton lawnmower, and it says Snapper on it, but it's just a Briggs and Stratton engine. It used to be really Renogy $400 suitcase, 508. That's not bad actually, because most of the time that thing is like, I think the cheapest I've seen it is $599. So 508 is not bad. But back to the Briggs and Stratton, is that that's still a USA made engine. I don't know if it is as of today for most of everything that you'll see that's Briggs and Stratton. Several years ago, yeah, and before. And they run forever. So I'll tell you, I'm going to make a video on this probably next spring, maybe next summer or end of summer. Who knows? I don't know. The lawnmower I'm using now is a Briggs and Stratton. I've had it for several years. And I'm kind of done with the gas lawnmower because my lawn has gotten smaller. And all of my other tools now, my weed whacker, my blower, they're all battery. They're all Ego, right? So I told my wife, I was like, hey, I'm probably going to buy a new battery lawnmower, get the Ego, blah, 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 whatever. And she said, well, why don't you just use the gas one until it dies or something like that? And I was like, I don't want to change the oil and do the stuff. And so I haven't changed the oil or done anything in that thing it's been 3.5 years, and it won't die.
so I can't buy another lawnmower because it won't die. So I keep wondering, I was like, every once in a while there's a puff of smoke, but normally because that puff of smoke is from the fuel stabilizer from the Lucas, because I always run it a little bit rich. I always add a little bit more than normal, and you'll get just a small puff of smoke because it is a petroleum based, it's oil based product, right? So most of the smoke that puffs out of there is always from that. So the only thing I've really done is change a spark plug and clean the air filter if it doesn't start. I did clean the low speed jet on the carb ones because it didn't start. But I'm waiting for the engine to die, and it won't die. And people are like, "Why are you doing that?" And I'm like, "Well, now it's an experiment. It's been 3.5 years since I've changed the oil. I haven't even looked at it. I haven't looked at it at all. So I want to wait till the spring or summer. I think I'm going to go through one more summer of it, and then at the end of the summer, when I'm kind of done doing my lawn, like about twice a week, roughly, depending on sometimes it grows rapidly. Then I'm going to do an oil analysis. I'll send it off to Blackstone Labs. I'll see what the oil level is like and everything. And I think usually for my lawn equipment or whatever, I was just running Walmart SuperTech. 530 synthetic. But yeah, it won't. I did check the oil middle of last year. It was still pretty much almost up to the top of the line, and it was still a darker gold. And that was, 2.5 years in, and now I'm at 3.5 years in. It won't die. I can't get another lawnmower until it dies. And so I just keep hoping it dies, but it won't. So it's kind of like now I'm almost like, man, I should use it a lot to see how long it'll last. I wish I had put an hour meter on it. Because how long does it take to mow your lawn? 15 minutes per 2 times a week. And so I'll have to calculate that out to see how many hours roughly. But yeah, it'll be 4.5 years, I guess, next summer that I haven't changed oil or done anything on it. So it's kind of cool just to see how far it goes. I don't know. So I don't know. People will be like, you're wasting your stuff. Yeah, I think your wife knows mine. I get the same answer yeah, sometimes it's one of those things where you just buy it and then you ask for forgiveness. I taught my wife well, darn it. When I used to ride dual sports all the time, because when she met me, I was riding and racing dirt bikes. I was also riding and racing jet skis. So I would go out and tell her what I was doing and check out the pipes, check out the carbs, check out the stuff. I got all the things. And so one day I had my dual sport, and I decided to buy a full Yoshimura pipe on it. And I put it on, and the bike was over just kind of in the corner, and you couldn't really see the pipe. And she comes in, and I'm in the garage, and I'm, just doing my thing in the garage. And she came home from work, and hey, how's it going? Da, 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 da. And, all good, just hanging out, cleaning up the garage, some stuff, and this and that. And she's like, what's that? Like 10 seconds. What's that? And she looks, and she's like, when did you get that? She knew the pipe was on the bike, like immediately. I taught her too good. And so it was just, and I was playing stupid. I was like, what do you mean? What's that? I don't know. She's like, don't be done with me. I know exactly what you did. And I was like, what are you talking about? I don't have anything. And she's like looking at the pipe and the bike, and I'm talking about the pipe. When did you buy that? And I was just like, and she's like, that wasn't on there a few days ago because I was out here a few days ago. So you must have just put it on. And it's not even dirty. And I was just like, I can't believe it. She just, everything right away. I can't do nothing. I'm telling you. But it's not a bad thing. So anyway, but yeah, sometimes you just buy it and you ask for forgiveness, and they'll still love you and they get it. So anyway, and I don't tell her no on anything. I said, go buy it if it's reasonable in price. Obviously if things are super expensive, we have conversations and, whatever. Furman is in Arizona. So here it says, Furman is in North American Group in Atlanta, Georgia. So that's why I don't believe any of this stuff until I get the actual sticker of origin of where that engine comes from. They could have a headquarters, a designing like Champion, right? Based out of America is where their products are sold and designed. But everything that Champion brings in is made in China and brought over. And if you go look, you can actually find the Chinese model for sale for almost every generator over there. You can find the Predator 3500 Chinese model
in China on like AliExpress or what's the other one that's really popular? Not AliExpress, but there's another one. And you can find the exact same generators, the Predator 3500, as a Lonson model because that's who it's from. They're the company that actually makes it. So until I find out if Furman, I'll go get one. I'll go buy one. And find out where that sticker is from. That way I can find out where the actual origin of assembly and built. But yeah, it says something Beijing, China, and has a North American operations group in Atlanta, Georgia. So I don't know. And again, regarding the Briggs, like Adam Savage says, the only difference between screwing around and science is writing it down. Right? Yeah. And that's the thing. And that's kind of what's fun about that stuff too, is that, once you kind of get into it and letting that lawnmower go, then you're like, now I got to finish it. Now I just got to see how long is it going to last, because you're curious. It's like you change the oil, you do all this stuff all the time, once a season normally. You check it here and there just to make sure you're doing everything all right. And then here we are almost 4.5 years later, because I'm almost done, mowing my lawn every week. I'm now at like every, not every, 4 days. I'm probably at every 10 to 12 days. And so pretty soon it'll be like once a month, and then it'll go back. But yeah, now it's just, now you have to complete the job. Now you have to wait for it to die, because it's, you have to finish the job. And so, yeah. So anyway, the lawnmower thing will be interesting. I'll have to make sure I have my, at least my phone handy. That way, when it does start to blow smoke and everything goes, or it starts getting real hot and you hear it knocking and stuff, I'll make sure I record it. So it'll be interesting to see when that thing actually goes. Would you consider covering if neutral, when you consider covering if neutral/ground bond can be readily removed and added when you review generators? Oh, covering that important for those who want to use portable as emergency home backup. So most generators, at least on the inverters and some of the open frames, they're already floating neutral. So to convert them is super easy. As you get bigger and bigger, more of them are grounded. The open frames typically are easier to convert because obviously you don't have to take so much stuff apart. And so you have to get behind that, usually that generator plate, that big kind of round looking thing at the end of the motor. You have to get behind there and usually take off a screw. Some of them now that I've seen are making it easier to switch between, bonded and floating real easy with an external wire. So yeah, maybe I can start covering that information, only if it's a bonded unit though, because it's easy to bond a unit. And I can cover that too. It's like, because you just get the plug. And some of the Max Peting Rods generators, their adapter is actually a bonding unit as well. So it's kind of cool. So yeah, maybe on some of these, because these bigger gens that I'll have to do for home backup, some of those will be bonded, right off the bat. So then I will have to, and if I do, I'll show you how it is to, unbond it, unless it's something that's going to take me 2 or 3 hours, because then you're not going to want to do it anyway yourself. You're going to want to take it to a shop, because who wants to do that? Oof. But like I said, most are getting easier. Would you consider? I do the same thing with my Delta Pros. My wife suddenly saw 2, and I lovingly gaslit her son. I've always had 2. I've always had 2. What are you talking about? No, I bought 2. Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed that. I assumed most portables, inverter or not, come bonded. No, yeah, almost. If you look, I did do a video on bonded versus unbonded generators, but almost all the ones that I do, because it's kind of the more popular generators, at least for my viewers, my kind of situations as well, almost every one of them is a floating neutral. And so it's so easy to bond it. Again, you just put the plug in there, boom, you're done. So, yeah. Real easy to bond stuff, not so easy to unbond it. Kind of like the 10, is it 7250 from GenMax? I think it was that one bonded. I think that one is bonded, or maybe the 10,500. Oh, by the way, so the GenMax 10,500, right? Tri-fuel, and the Pulsar 10,500. If you didn't know, exact same generator. Buy the Pulsar; it's cheaper, unless you don't like blue and you want orange. If you're, an orange fan or whatever it is you like. But yeah, the Pulsar, just in general, I haven't found any difference.
Again, sometimes the inverter board is like going to be the only thing that's different, but not with those guys. They literally put on their sticker and away they go. In the Pulsar units, if it look like a duck, sounds like a duck, it probably is a duck. Same thing with the generators. And if you could buy the Pulsar off-brand, which Pulsar also, they can be worked on too and all that stuff. If you see a generator you like from a company, see if Pulsar makes it or another one, because you can get it cheaper, sometimes $400, $500, $600. Same generator, you know. So, but some people want the name, they want the champion or the win, and they'll argue with me and stuff about this is a much better generator with this, and I'm like, it's actually the same one, but if you don't want to believe that, you don't have to. You can go buy both and check them out for yourself, and then return the one that you don't want. So it's always an option. Thank you, appreciate the content. Slip on all fall. Neat. Slip on fall. Yep. Oh yeah, you were on the other one here and here. Sorry. A lot of different comments here and there and stuff. So cool. Is everybody still getting value from this? Are we all just hanging out? Man, it's almost like a Friday night for older people. Ooh, that's bad. What else is awesome that's coming out? I'm trying to think of what's new. Oh, if you didn't know, so Delta Pro, not Delta Pro, but EcoFlow, and their EcoFlow Smart Generator 4000, if you didn't hear, they are supposed to have, now I don't have clarification on this, and I was trying to get clarification. They are supposed to have another smart generator coming out that is a 4000 it's either dual fuel or tri-fuel, and this is what I couldn't get clarification on. They said, we're going to have another one that's going to run on natural gas. And I said, oh, a tri-fuel. And they said, no, well, a dual fuel. And I said, no, well, it would be a tri-fuel. And they said, no, it's going to be gasoline and natural gas. I was like, are you sure? Because nobody does that. And so they were going to get clarification on that, but they said it also wouldn't be out until more likely next year. More likely, I'm assuming it's going to be a tri-fuel, but because they know that natural gas is, kind of a thing that a lot of people want because they can just hook it up to their home and away they go. But yeah, I don't know what it's going to be, and I don't know when it's going to come out. I'm assuming tri-fuel somewhere around Q1 of next year. So hopefully we see that, and that way I don't look like a fuel, because I already told a bunch of people it's coming out because they told me it's coming out. So, and I hate it when they do that. And then all of a sudden you never hear of it again. And then you're like, you said this. And I'm like, that's what they told me, it's, I hate that sometimes. I just got my first EcoFlow Delta 2. Everyone says it does not switch as a UPS fast enough for computers to stay working. Mine switches fast enough to keep my PC going. Did they change something? The thing is that the UPS modes, for most people, it's going to be fine unless you have crazy computer systems that are super sensitive, running high loads and doing all kinds of data and stuff. Most of the computers nowadays are going to be fine to be able to run your standard stuff. The people are so critical on this, UPS thing. If it's 10 milliseconds, 15 milliseconds or less, for the average person, that is way more than enough. It's only going to be for those ultra users who don't want a dedicated UPS and they want to try to put it all in one in a power station. If you're worried about that, get a real UPS. It's like, 0.5 milliseconds instead of 10 milliseconds, because even 10 milliseconds to 20 milliseconds is still super quick. So if you need a true dedicated UPS, just buy the little ones, and then you just charge that as needed, from your Delta Pro, whatever it is, or, Delta 2. Yeah, it's crazy when people, it won't work for the super whatever. And it's just like, well, then buy what you need. There's something out there for you that'll work. So you just have to buy, again, what your situation is going to cover. The average person, most all these UPSs are going to do just fine. So thanks and appreciate it. I just got slip and fall again. Excited to see all the grid interactive battery / inverter combos starting to come out, e.g. example anchor and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's all going to be, I mean, so many companies are coming out with stuff rapidly. They know that the off-grid game is kind of hot right now. It's almost hard to keep up with everything. Plus just to do all the normal stuff. And so many companies want to send me things constantly, and I try to figure out, well, would this be good content for the majority of the people who are going to want it and use it? Or is this going to be kind of like maybe 5 or 10%? So I have to really pick and choose what's good content for everybody. Is it something I would use? Is it something I would tell my friends to use as an option? Because everybody's different, everybody's budget is different. So yeah, with all this stuff coming out, it's hard to weed through like, yeah, that might be a good idea. Let's try that. Or so I have a lot of ideas I want to do, just because I'm trying to hit a broad audience to help a lot of people. It's hard to just help two people, so you want to try to help as many people as you can with trying to decide what's going to be good for them. It's kind of like I have a video I'll probably be doing soon on like some EG4 stuff with some wall mount batteries that I'll do back there, and I'll compare it to like Delta Pro Ultra, right? Delta Pro Ultra is so easy. It's for the people that don't want to do anything. It's really for the beginners. You plug it in and it just works most of the time, right? But they have a couple issues with theirs as well. But now most of the bad inverters have already been taken away, and I've had mine running consistently. It just runs. I have it load shedding. That smart panel back there, no, I don't believe in that stuff. It's proprietary. Some people are having really good luck with it, and some people, there's still some stuff that just I don't like. When you go proprietary, you're kind of stuck. And installing that, so if you install that smart panel back there and you have issues, this is why as a company we don't recommend it. The DPU in general, yes, definitely it works. It's simple on its own. It does what it needs to do, and it's super easy. Anybody can do it. Anybody can add a battery, and you don't really have to do much to do it. It's kind of the beginner backup grid stuff. If you want to be more intermediate, then you start getting into the EG4 stuff and using their inverters and the wall batteries and more. That stuff is great. It's a little bit cheaper, and even though the DPU stuff is coming down, but that's more for your intermediates and pros. And if you don't want to touch anything, well, that's where companies like us, we can come in and install the full thing. You just give us some money and away we go. And so who knows? But I'll probably do a video, something like that, just to kind of help people decide a little bit more on what they want. Is this something that's better for you, or is this something better for you? So that way it kind of hits a broader audience, which you can still find some information there that's good for you, on a lot of these videos. So I watch a lot of other people's stuff too, just to see, because there's so much stuff coming out. It's confusing. They're selling EcoFlow 3200 watt smart generator for $1,500, and the details is smart generator 4000. Okay, so the smart generator 4000 is it's like any generator, 4000 starting watts, 3200 running. And so it might just be the way that they've labeled it. So yeah, same generator, but it just puts out 3200 watts of power. But like a lot of the other inverter generators, you get the starting watts. Unlike original smart generator, it was 1800 watts only. There was no starting surge capacity. It didn't have surge. It didn't have capacitors in it to, do starting watts. Like a Champion 4500 has 4500 starting watts, but runs 3500 running, 45 start, 35 running. So that's the same thing with the new smart generator 4000, is that it just, it actually has starting wattage like a real conventional inverter generator, and can do 3200 watts AC or DC, and you can control it in the app and all that stuff. And definitely a cool generator, but just wasn't quite as quiet as I would have liked. It's not the loudest thing again, but it is a little bit louder than I was hoping. Yes, please. I bought one today, Furman, for $377, 4,000 watt dual fuel. Ooh, not a bad price. Furman 4,000 watt dual fuel. That's the same one that's been out though for a while, I think. Furman 4,000 watt dual fuel. Let's just make sure. I'm pretty sure this is the same. Yeah, it's just that one. The factory. Yep. I really need to find out what engine is in there. I have to. Now it's like almost now it's almost like a mission, crying out loud. So let me take a look real quick at something over here. Bam, we'll go there, go here. Furman 3200 peak watts rated 20. So and that's a 4,000 start. Different model maybe. I'm gonna have to dig a little bit later. That way I'm not digging around over here. Let's see. How much does EcoFlow share on a whole home hybrid backup, larger scale like a Generac system? How much does EcoFlow share on a whole home hybrid backup? Like, what are they sharing with us as far as what they're doing? Sorry to ask when you said it earlier, was it the Pulsar GD4000B and you said was the same-ish as a Mac? Yes, Tyler, that's the same, pretty much the same thing. Kind of hard to pay 400 for App Start. Exactly. That's and Chris, I'll get back to you in a second. So yeah, Tyler, it's the same generator, just loaded with features. So if you don't want the features, then you can get the gas only, max Peden rods if you want, but I prefer having dual fuel because again, that's redundancy. You can run both if one doesn't work and all that stuff. So but yeah, same engine, 145cc, built by Dinkin Power because I asked my contact, as a, hey, did you build this? And they said yes. Yeah. So again, so Chris, how much does EcoFlow share on the whole home hybrid backup system, larger scale like Generac? So when EcoFlow came out with their Delta Pro Ultra, everybody assumed that there was going to be a smart generator to accommodate it. They even show a picture of a big one that kind of looks like the GenMax, 10,500 generator. And so we were hoping this was going to be maybe a DC or whatever charging generator as well, AC DC, and that it would be able to be a tri-fuel unit as well that could automatically talk to DPU. And so then we were thinking, okay, well, if it can't do DC charging, at least be AC charging like new smart generator. They should be able to do this soon because I already see where they're going, because smart generator 3000 is not DC. So it doesn't have the smart communication cable to talk to, the other generators like the other ones traditionally do. It talks to it from Bluetooth. And so then it just says, hey, since you're awake and stuff, I'm at 20% or 30%. I need you to, start charging me. Oh, sorry. Okay. Brr, and away it goes, which is not a bad idea because now you can put that generator a little bit farther distance away versus that DC cable was only 30 feet. Sorry, not 30 feet, but 17 feet. And so it made it to where you couldn't put the generator in certain spots and have the Delta Pro or whatever it is in certain spots. So now the way that I think they're going to be doing this, they haven't told me yet. They have something in the works. They always say they have someone, and they do, is that they're going to come out with a big generator, a smart generator, I think, that will do the Bluetooth communication, and it's going to use the 5+8 port to do the charging, and that'll be an extension cord. And so the 5+8 port, which is that big square one that I'm on opposite. You see the 3 little plugs back there? That's the big plugs for the smart generator that's 240 volt, right? So those guys there also have the data pins in it, and that's gonna allow communications as well between either DPU and the new smart generator that I don't know if it's coming out. This is what I'm assuming from what I'm picking up from teeny bits of information they keep feeding here and there. And what I assume they're doing is that it'll either remotely talk to it through the 5+8 with the data pins, or it'll Bluetooth and talk to each other like the new smart gen. Because I said, if you're going to build a big backup system like this, it can't be completed without something like a Generac system, because we sell the Generac batteries here as well, and we plug those into on an automatic transfer switch that then charges up your Enphase batteries or whatever it is you have. And the thing is that if they really want to get into this whole home market, they need to get that as well, because then you have a nice system that's kind of complete, that is not quite as good, I would say, as like a Tesla system or an Enphase system, but is pretty darn good and can do a lot for somebody who, wants to have maybe something that's even mobile. Because as long as you don't install that, your system is mobile and you don't have to stay at your house. You can move to the next one and take the whole thing with you. Once you install this, you could leave it behind. Again, one reason I don't like that is because as a company like us, if we install it and then there's a problem with it, and EcoFlow deals with all the warranty stuff anyway, they said, because we thought about becoming an EcoFlow dealer. We're just not there yet. But if you install this, then you have to uninstall that and then put in a new one. That's not fun. Who wants to do that? And so that's why you don't use proprietary cabinets like these. They do work. I've seen a lot of good luck with them now, There's still some problems, but if you have enough problems with this and something goes out in it, you have to uninstall that whole box. And nobody wants to do that. So I would rather run mine through a transfer switch, which I can manually do all day long. I can replace that thing if something ever breaks, and it's reliable. And that's what you want. And you can load shed really easy with that. And so by load shedding as well, you can then again start getting return on your investment that you bought. Because just don't let it sit there. Start using it. That thing's going to last for a long, long time. You may never, I don't know. It could take, I don't know how long it would take for that thing to die. And, who knows? So I have mine load shedding constantly because I can't upsize my solar system anymore. I'm grid tied. I'm into an agreement. And so as your solar panels will get, less and less, or you start, here's one of the big things with solar. Everybody gets a solar system on their house. Oh, I have solar now. Da, da, da. Gosh, it's so hot in here. And then they're like, oh, why do I have a bill? Because you went sub-zero. You went to sub-zero on your AC unit. Now you just leave all the lights on versus staying what you were doing. I tell you, people. So anyway, but yeah, I think a new smart generator is going to come out. Maybe we'll see it at CES this year at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas in January. Maybe we will see it there. We'll see. Who knows? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's not that far away. I mean, we're October, so what, 3 months? Yeah, that'll be cool. I have a Delta 2 also. The EPS cut over was reduced from 30 to 20. Yep. I think almost everything like Delta 2 and above is 20 or less. And now it's like what? Now it's 10 on the new D3. I think so. I think it's 10. There's so many to keep up with. 30 with the latest update, just FYI, didn't make a difference for me, which for most people won't. 400 not have my wife send me out to the RV in the rain to start the Jenny, worth it. But the Pulsar is great. But yeah, there are times where I'm just like, gosh, it's raining. But I've also, put more money into that power kit that I have. So I ended up getting more batteries for that. So I liked it so much. I was like, you know what? Okay, I'll, and just to be full up front too, is that power kit was on loan when I first got it. And then I wanted to acquire it. So of course I got it at a good price, but I bought another battery at a discount rate. And then I had to pay for part of the other battery as well. So I am invested in the thousands in that as well, because I really like that thing so much. And again, I was going to do a whole Victron system until I got that. And then I was like, I don't want to install those Victron systems. I don't like doing that stuff anymore. I'd done that stuff before, buying cables and doing this and cutting and crimping and getting lugs. And I don't want to do that. I've done that. I've been there. I want to plug and play. I want to go and I want to go enjoy my time. I don't want to spend 6 days installing something, getting a bunch of wire, finding out I don't have enough wire. Now I had to buy another cable, and copper's expensive. And so, yeah, so the power kit so far that thing is pretty damn cool. It's not cheap. But if you ever want the power kit, please contact me first, because there are other places to buy it besides EcoFlow or Wellbots or someone else. You can sometimes go to Shop Power Kits because the sale goes on and off. Shop Power Kits, Shop Solar, they have it for like way cheaper, like $3 or $4 grand. And I didn't know this until because they started carrying it like 3-4 months ago. And I was just like, wow, that really blows away a Victron system now, because it was so cheap for like a 10 or 15K power kit. I was just like, it's the batteries that are expensive if you buy good batteries. But yeah. Oh man, the rain is a very good point. It is, yeah, having remote start. Boop. Yeah. You know what I like actually is the Win 4500. I'm going to buy one just because it's so good. I'm going to show you guys too why it's so good. It's better than Predator. It's better than the Champion. It's the same thing as the Champion, but it has automatic switchover, RV ready plug. It's dual fuel. And it has a remote start as well. The only thing is, if you get the remote start one, is that it has the CODOG, the watchdog on it, the carbon monoxide detector. If you do not buy the remote start one, just get electric start or just gas or whatever, it doesn't have a carbon monoxide detector. So you can disconnect some of them. Some of them are getting harder. Darn those things, I don't have a lot of issues with it, though. I've used it in windy conditions and stuff. And as long as you have it, out in an open area, I've never had them, shut off from the wind, unless you really, unless the wind's coming from the rear and it's just blowing it forward, then turn the generator. So Sugar melts in the rain. Yes, it does. Best pick for emergency 240-volt dual fuel inverter. That was already asked. Pulsar tempting, but man, the reviews seem all over the place. Yeah, and it depends. Chris K, I agree. Thank you. And yeah, slip on fall. I would wait on the 5500, 6500 because a ton just came out. And I was talking about this earlier that not a lot are listed right now because the hurricane, a bunch of people bought anything and everything they could get, right? But there's a lot by Champion that have just come out. There's a lot from Duramax. They came out with a few. AI Power, they came out with a few. So yeah, there's so many that have just been popping up lately that I didn't even see at the show. I really like the Champion 11,000 inverter. I mean, if you want an enclosed, they also have the Champion 7,000. It's kind of a hybrid. It's basically a 8,500. That one is been around for a while and proven, and those are 240-volt units. They have this. Sorry, there's something back there every once in a while that is every once in a while there's some weird noises that go on. So I have to just check in once in a while just to see what's going on out there and look at the cameras to make sure that there's nobody around. Yeah, I would check out some of the Champions new lines though. They have this new 6500. They have a 5500. The new 6500 is a 240 volt, but it's not dual fuel yet. They have a dual fuel coming out. So if you want to wait, that'll be out. They have the 5500, which is going to be discontinued. That one, I believe, wasn't a 240 volt. And then there was also the AI Powers, man. They haven't released them yet, but they have that 7600. That one's not a bad one. I just don't remember if it was 240 volt. I did like that one a lot though. So the AI Power, a lot of the AI Power units, they use a Sensi engine, and Sensi has been another engine that has been around a long time, and they have the smart switch technology, which is pretty nice. And this, look at the AI Power. If you're wondering, look at AI Power SUA 7600 IED. That's a dual fuel. And this one has the smart switch technology, which automatically switches between propane and gasoline. So if you run out of one, it switches. And I think it actually goes back and forth. It doesn't matter. Versus like the WIN has smart fuel technology. So if you run out of propane, it goes to gas automatically. Champion and the other ones, they don't have that at all. Versus WIN and the AI Power do have this feature. And this one is also 240 volt. And I've really been liking it more and more the more I research on it and find people using it. It's still relatively new. So trying to find tons of reviews is, a little bit hard. So that's why it's taking a while, because I try not to review something that's brand new unless, if GenMax ships me something, then sure, I'll check it out, run it for a while or play with it, and then show people, whatever, so. But yeah, I'm starting to like AI Power stuff more and more, along with the Duramax stuff. But I mean, it's hard because there's so much stuff coming out, and that Duramax 1100, the only problem is that if you want an inverter generator, which you don't always need, you will probably need inverter generators though more and more as technology continues to get better and the electronics become more sensitive. So Delta Pro Ultra actually can charge from a non-inverter generator as long as the total harmonic distortion is 10% or less. When it comes to Delta Pro 3, all the other Delta units and a lot of other power stations, they will need an inverter generator to charge those batteries. So that's why either a hybrid, if you're getting an open frame inverter, you may want to consider that if you're buying something and you plan to move into this market of batteries and all this technology where you will need cleaner power. But most of the newest generators coming out, they're actually pretty clean now. So I need to get some open frames that are regular, show you the sine wave. I haven't seen a dirty sine wave now on any of these inverters or power stations, and I couldn't even tell you how long. Most of them are so clean now, and they only get better and better. It's almost like making a calculator. It's so easy. They just but yeah, Duramax has a whole line of open frames. They have their XP7000 as well. So I mean, Duramax, AI Power Champion, man, they are all coming out with stuff. It is hard to keep up with all the new stuff because it's like a race to the to get the best generators now. Let's see, what else do we have? Go back into here. Sugar mouse. I like that. Furman model 3442. Furman 3442. Do you have info on the Pulsar 5000 watt suitcase GD5000N? It's on Amazon, but I haven't seen reviews. True 30 amp suitcase. It looks like let me take a look at that in just a second. And you were at the 3442. Why is that one not coming up? It should come up, but it won't. I'm not seeing that. Okay, well, let me look again over here because I don't know why. It just doesn't want to show up over here, and it should. Too much bandwidth, maybe. Who knows? Never really know. All right, so let's check out this Furman, and then we will go on and talk about a little bit about that GN because I do have some info on that one. So Furman 3242. Okay. 3,300 watt. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, the one you can get at Lowe's and all over the place. Anywhere between $599, $699 roughly. Dual fuel generator. Yeah, that's the one I really need to probably take a look at. I mean, you can get a lot of different things, but I've been finding more and more people are wanting to get away from, like, let's say the Champion 45, Predator 3500, right? Real popular generators, but even like me, I don't want to lift them anymore. So if I'm going to have a home backup generator, it's going to be something relatively bigger, 120, 240 volt. And then if I'm going to have a travel generator, it's going to be like that Pulsar. And so now when it comes to that Pulsar that we were just talking about, which I'll go over here, but and check out that one real quick because I have a pretty good feeling I know exactly which one you're talking about. Let's see if they have it over here. Yeah, Pulsar PG 5000. Yeah. Okay, so that one there, which I already know. This Pulsar, if you guys want to look it up, it's a PG 5000, which you were looking at versus the GD 5. You say GD 500. This one is a PG. There are a couple different models. Either way, if you look, it has a 149cc engine in it. That 149cc engine is the exact same engine that's in the Wen 3600. It's also the same engine that is also in the Champion 4000 that just came out that I just did a review on, right? Again, they all use the same stuff. And once you start seeing patterns and stuff like that, you start to realize that everything is the same. And so with that generator that's on, that one's on Amazon, I believe, the one that you're probably looking at. I wonder what the price is on that thing. So let's see, Pulsar 5000 dual fuel inverter generator, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what the current price is here. Oh, that's new. Okay, that's a different one. Sorry. Okay, so the new GD 500N, that Pulsar is a direct Dinkin Power or GenMax unit because that's their case design. Purchased another variation one time. I don't like this one as much. Just, is it an RV plug versus a twist lock? Probably. Let's see what engine is in here. Did they use their 145, or because 145cc engine that is in the other ones, the Max Peating rods, the Pulsar 4000 that I like is 145cc Dinkin powered engine. If this is a 160cc engine, then this is the new engine that is it 165cc or I have to find out. Let me check. So GenMax has their new 4600. I think it's a 4600 EFI unit that has a 160 cc engine, brand new, or 159. I bet that's what could be in here. And since this is so brand new, there is no information on it yet, except for mainly the stuff from Pulsar. Yeah, they're not giving me any specs on it or anything. So if I was a betting man, because this is made from Dinkin Power, which is GenMax, I would assume it has their new larger engine. And you know what I don't like is that the last couple models that have come out, it says 208 cubic centimeters for engine displacement. That's different. Okay, I might have to do some research on this one. I don't know. Yeah, because I'm seeing 208 cc on it now, and that could be from Dinkin Power. It might not be. I would assume, because if you look at any of the GenMax models, that's exactly what these look like, right? So I'm assuming this is, man, that's a big engine though. And here's the thing too, is that so people are going to buy this particular generator right here, and it's 208 cc's. Well, I tell you right now that this is going to be louder than, like, say, the Pulsar 4000 with a 145 cc engine. People want both. They want power, they want a bigger engine, and they want quieter. It doesn't work that way. Especially if you're putting it in the same engine casing. You have a larger engine that's going to make more noise, but you have the same small engine case, it's going to be louder. Unless they came out with a much better, muffler technology, which this is one of the things I tell, any of the companies that I talk to or work with. And I told them, if you can make the bigger the generator you make, no matter what, if you make it quieter than anybody else out there, you win. People will buy it because it's quiet. And they don't. And I get it, because we talked about engines and back pressure, right? And having, if you have too much back pressure, that can push too much load on an engine and increase wear. But again, I bet it'll be louder. I haven't tested it yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it says 50 hertz in the EU model. I don't worry about that. It's just because a lot of times the specs and stuff like that is wrong on the internet. There's so much stuff that is so bad on there. Even, like, sometimes like the EcoFlow stuff, I'll read on there. It's like, that's not accurate at all. Which it's hard, to get everything right, especially on a new model, because there's no data out on it yet. You ask, like, ChatGPT, what's this? It can only go off of what the written specs are that are out there, and it doesn't know yet because everything's brand new. So yeah, that's not even out yet. Interesting. What makes me wonder is that, did GenMax release anything that looks like that yet? Because they have their GM 4600, which is their fuel injection model, but I haven't seen that guy yet. So that could be what's next to come in a GenMax line. We'll see. But there are certain GenMax models that they will make for other people, or Dinkin Power, if you want to go off their official name. They will make certain models for other people that they won't make for themselves. So if they truly made that one for Pulsar, then they may not make it for themselves in their line. They'll do something slightly different. I would assume they'll do something slightly better, is what I would assume. They'd be like, oh, you get the carburetor dual fuel version, and we'll do the fuel injection 5000 or whatever it is they're going to do. They have a bunch of models that I would have thought would have been out already, but sometimes, again, things take time. So they were supposed to have a bunch of stuff come out around September, October, and I'm still not seeing it yet. So I don't know. We'll see soon, I guess. So yeah, 208 cc. Yeah, I doubt it's 50 hertz. Nothing is around here. So if it's for an EU model, maybe it's just a misprint, and that happens often. AU Power 7600 dual fuel and prime deal for 1200. Ooh, let's check that out. Prime deal on the Amazon for the. Yeah, that's probably not a bad price, because I think normally that generator is like $1,500 is normally where I see it, and which is, I mean, again, I like the AI stuff because AI power stuff, because they really, have, built their brand better and their products are better. Yeah, look at that, $11.99. Yeah, and it's normally 15. And it says EPA and carb compliant. And this is what's funny is that if it was GenMax and like say they built this exact generator, it wouldn't be carb compliant, it wouldn't be allowed to come in California. It's literally that. These are all the same generators. They're all dual fuel. They all run the same emissions. They all, it's like a lawnmower engine. And it's funny what, even if it's EPA and carb legal, which some of them are from GenMax, and they still won't be able to be sold on Amazon to California. Amazon picks and chooses sometimes which ones can actually be sold to California. It's weird. So it makes me wonder, is it an allotment? Does GenMax say, or does Amazon say, we will only sell this brand from you to California and this brand from you to California and this brand from you, even though they could be the same, as this other brand that wasn't allowed in. It blows my mind. 322 cc engine, and this is pretty much a Sensi engine, which and again, look at that, how it has the FuelSense technology. This has actually been something that's been around for a little while, but it's just cool that it can go back and forth between. I'm gonna have to start getting more of these on here and seeing what people think. And I know that this one's being new. It's a little bit bigger, but it's 240 volt. It doesn't have everything that maybe some people want. It's not tri-fuel. It's only dual fuel. And some people want the remote start. Some people, want all those different features. And you got to remember that sometimes the more electronics you add, sometimes does give you a little bit more for items to go wrong. Electric start and pull start is fine. You can always do that stuff and go out there and start your generator manually. But sometimes the remote start stuff, and most of them so far actually have been working pretty good. I've heard some problems, not a ton. So maybe actually they're doing really well. So yeah, man, that's $7,600 for the for that big one is darn. That's $1,200. Not bad. I should have looked at this one. Actually, I should have looked at this before Prime Deal about 2 or 3 weeks ago for some of these, because again, they raise the price and lower it. And so that's just kind of stupid. I hate it when they do that. Who makes the Puck Zero generators, Dinkin? They're an exact copy, just blue. So yeah, if it looks exactly like GenMax, it's a GenMax generator or Dinkin power. Just so you know. Again, looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and that's exactly what it is. So yeah, good information to have on all this stuff. Oh man, darn. Sorry, I was just checking another indicator thing that came up on the cameras out there. You never know who's walking by. So not that I'm in a bad area or anything, but you still got to see what's going on. Let's see here. All right, what else do we want to cover? It seems like most of the people here relay Barmer. Where are you from? Is there anybody else that might be over on the West Coast or East Coast that's dealing with a hurricane and stuff? Because that thing has got to be like barreling down now. It's got to be like right there. And let's see what else. Oh yeah. Man, if you're out there, praying for you guys, hope everything is really well, because it's a biggie. And it just kind of makes you wonder, like, gosh, there's so many coming. You're only hours away, really, because it's starting. Kind of checking out the weather map right here and everything, just to darn. It's like no breaks, At least it looks like it's going to just go straight east, though, and stay away from all the other places, Georgia, South Carolina, and all that other stuff. Because man, they don't need any more rain for a bit. They need to be able to fix the problems that they're doing over there. So, and Scooter, thank you for your help. Definitely no problem anytime. Glad you guys all like the channel and everything. It relates. Oh, you're in Los Angeles, but have family in Florida right now. Really wish they would have evacuated. Oh, they stick around. They're sticking around. It's funny because a lot of people will stick around and they end up being all right, but you just never know sometimes. It's that surge that comes in after the eye goes. Man, It's like the fires around here. Every year there's a fire, and so then you got to watch where it is because once it changes directions and the wind's blowing, oh, dude, you're like, oh, gotta go. There's no time. You have to. Once it gets to a certain point, and the wind changes directions and you kind of know your limits of where everything is, a certain ridge or whatever, and then it changes, you're like, oh, that's me, you're gone. You grab your stuff, you throw it in the truck, and you're out of there because you know that there's not going to be a lot of time if it's moving fast, and you don't want to be caught up in the traffic and everything, so you want to leave a couple minutes early so you're not a crispy critter. Who wants to be that? That's not fun. Ugh. What days are you on and hours? As far as live streams or as far as when I release videos? Exactly. No time with fires. Yeah, exactly. There is no time with fires. You're just watching, and then once it hits that certain area, yeah, you got to go. And for people who don't leave in time, oof, man, it's usually not good. Yeah. So, what days are you on in hours? Live streams. For those that are here, you are on my official first live stream. I haven't done any live streams, to be honest, and I don't know why, but I wanted to do them for a long time, and I just haven't. And so I figured I'd dedicate anywhere from about 1 to 3 hours, roughly, depending who comes and who goes and who wants to hang out and chat. And so I wanted to start doing them and I haven't, but now I am. And I'm going to start doing them actually a little bit more regular, especially when I start finding out new information on cool stuff. Because the lucky viewers like you guys will get to hear it, versus waiting for 3 months for a video, when I do get new stuff, because some stuff I can talk about and then some of it's NDA, you can, or, signed disclosure where you can't do that stuff. So, where they say, hey, don't talk about any of this stuff until its official release date. And then you're like, bummer. That's just what it is, so I'm out of ink and paper taking notes. Right on, Brenda. Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, the cool gas tank video, that'll be out real quick. And I don't know if any of you guys have seen it yet from the MC Metalworks. I just got those and started playing with them. So cool. Those things are going to add a lot of just instant, easy double runtime situations for people, especially in the hurricanes right now. Because there's a lot of times where, if you're running certain loads, you don't want to go out to especially because sometimes when we've helped friends set up generators, we'll go out there, fill it up, especially for, people who might be a little bit older. They don't know, they don't want to mess with stuff. And you might go back around and check on them, like maybe, 8 to 10 hours later. As long as the generator has got fuel, it'll normally stay running as long as it's not being overloaded or anything. So by adding this extra fuel tank right on top that just bolts on, that makes it easy to where you can set something up for somebody, fill it up with gas, and then you're just like, okay, well, if the generator shuts off, I can come back out and help you. Or, but you should be good to go. Now it's like, it's 7 p.m. at night. This technically should run until the morning and you should be fine. If something happens, call us or call me or whatever. So having things like that is so much better than saying, hey, you're probably going to have to go fire this up, or you're going to have to go fill this up at 5 a.m. That's no fun. But no, yeah, those new metal fuel tanks that are coming out from MC Metalworks, those are going to be a life changer for a bunch of people. And once they, I think once they start getting real busy, they're going to realize that they're going to have to expand, which is cool for a company, right? Because again, they're a mom and pop shop. Check them out if you want. Look them up, MC Metalworks, right? I don't have a discount code for them. If I did, I'd give you one, but I'm hoping to get one. They're a little bit new to doing the online presence for affiliate links and discount codes and stuff like that. So it might be a few days, or they're going to kind of wait and see. And I told them, well, let me know, because it just helps people who are enticed to buy. Discounts are always nice. But again, being a mom and pop shop, they probably have to weigh in what their time to build it, material cost and everything. And of course, the more they build, the more they make. And then they're, it's kind of like when you buy things in bulk, you can start offering a better discount to people. So I like that they made something so cool and simple, and they're in American made products. So you just don't find that stuff so much. Yeah. So other than that, let's see, man, it's late where some people are. I assume most of the people that are on here are pretty much all on the West Coast now. I don't think we're pretty much talking to anybody that's going to be on the East Coast. I think. Let's see. Yeah, there's a GenMax 5000 watt that looks exactly like that Pulsar, 160 cc. Yep, that's the one that came out in the fuel injection. Got lucky and caught the first stream. Very helpful. Yes, awesome. Right. Appreciate your time. Good. I'm going to wear you out on your EcoFlow. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of EcoFlow stuff coming, and some of it I don't even know about. But yeah, if you ever have questions, there also is a link. And I've said this before. There is a link that is called Ask Me. Here you get it for free because you're here doing it. But the Ask Me link is a $8 fee, and that basically it's like a on-call service almost. So I keep mainly most of that money, and it's basically paying for my time to answer a question for you guys. So if you ever have something like that, you're basically like buying me a coffee or something, and I can answer it for you right away. And again, it just pays for my time. So I tell people that because there are times where I was spending too much of my time and personal time just answering as many questions as I could in the comment section. And, like any channel, the larger you grow, the more questions you get, and then the more time you're on there. And it's just, I can do so much more with this than I could, just answering questions like crazy and trying to keep up with everything. And so I can't answer every single one. It's tough. I try, but there's too many, and I have to be able to have time for my family and everything else. So I try to do as much as I can, but so sometimes at least if it's not like I'm making much money, $8 for 20 minutes of my time or something like that is I think more than reasonable. So again, if you had some kind of emergency question or something, I usually get back to everybody in about 8 hours is like the longest. Normally 6 hours is where I try to, unless you hit me at nighttime and I'm sleeping, then of course it may not be till the next day. But yeah, so try to get to everybody on those as quick as possible. So I like your content, especially regarding generators. I'm more on the prepping stuff. I live in Montreal, Quebec, and in 2022, I missed electricity for 2 days in the end of winter. Very cool and very cold and dangerous. Yeah, that's when I've been in a couple, cold situations where we got stuck, and that's when I learned. I was like, you know what? You have to have a way to at least create fire somehow, or at least have some things that can keep you warm at least for enough hours to get you by until either help comes or the daytime comes or something. That way you can at least make it another day and then start kind of prepping for the next night if you can't find a way to get out. So after that, I was like, okay, I hate being cold. So sometimes I do avoid the coldest situations. But yeah, after that situation, I was like, no more will I go to a cold area and not have something to at least get me the 24 hours to where, you want to have help or something. So any kind of thing that burns, you can catch something on fire. I mean, one time we were going to start burning the car because we were just like, well, what do we do? Because if we don't stay warm, we're going to freeze to death. So, yeah. So that wasn't fun. But at least we were younger, and you can withstand a little bit more. So, oh man, I love it. But other than that, you know what? It's been 4 hours on this live stream, and I think it's probably time to close out. Because I didn't actually realize it was this late, and it's 9 o'clock for me on my time, and probably most of you. So I appreciate every one of you. I think I'm going to close this out so I can get home to my family and, just kind of, I told them it was going to be a late night anyway, but I definitely enjoyed answering questions and talking to you. Brenda is East Coast, exhausted. Yeah, you're over there dealing with all that. So yeah, it's going to be a long night, long couple days actually for you, but yeah, so. But again, I definitely enjoyed chit-chatting with everybody that was here. It was definitely a lot of fun. But yeah, I think I'm going to close this out and head home and hit the shower and get ready for more content and some other stuff that I got to get going. So thank you so much, all of you, for hanging out with me this evening. And I hope I answered as many questions as I could, as accurately as I could. And other than that, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Until next time, I hope to see you in another video.